Hello, Region 1.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Yesterday or years ago. Classic, busy summer, life, work, all things starting off. It's a good time to.
Yeah.
It's busy, good busy. Well, at least talk to Steve. Yeah. Yeah, we got some big stuff. For, sometimes that's.
I'll send it.
That's the thing, you blink and.
I'll probably about.
Pretty soon.
That'll be an operation. Those guys will want to work with. All right.
They should like do a blowout around the state, although they don't sell it, to see if, hopefully we get good trade, throughout the whole area. There'll be some shenanigans.
Yeah.
I still get you over there, yeah.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, that was interesting.
I count that's the right time. Like, where they wanted to.
Yeah,
There's organizations. They do have a rock. I wish that's our test.
What I found out was her contract. So I called, because I called. You don't have that. Well, these things are sensitive. But that was. You know who would really like to know?
No.
Never know. He was this, he was the policy guy. Yeah, for years.
Yeah, his story is so.
Yeah. He just. Eric from Green Bay, okay, all right. Yeah, yes, you have been a huge help. Yeah, yeah, no, it's, he's really wonderful. Kind of. Yeah, no, it really was, once it started to go well, I was like, I was gonna call. No, that was cool.
And that's how.
Oh, yes. No, that was cool. Yeah, well, I think between his and I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all we need. That's reasonable. Yeah, well, supervised.
Should be live on YouTube. We're going to start the recording and then I'm going to make sure that he can. Here, yes.
All right, just a reminder that when you speak, make sure that your green light's on, and we will go ahead and I'll call the meeting to order. Everyone could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, welcome everyone. We will start with the approval of the minutes. Commissioner Burrows is going to be online. He's not on yet, but he will be attending the meeting online today. So has anybody had a chance to look at the minutes? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, move to
Commissioner-
approve the minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Lane, second. Any corrections or additions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Commission expenses are next.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke,
I will make a motion to approve the expenses.
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Lane. Any questions, corrections or additions? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we'll start with the commissioner reports. Commissioner Gagnon, you want to start with yours, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Groups I met with in the past couple of months, in person, I met with the fishing regulation scoping meetings in Region 5 in Billings, also attended the 2 virtual meetings as well. Had communication with Montana Outfitters and Guides Association President Rod Paskey, as well as with Wally's Unlimited, the Billings chapter, an in-person meeting. Had a number of individuals communication through email, primarily focused on our agenda items today with Mountain Lion quota, the BLM and UL Bend proposal, as well as the beaver relocation. In communication and education, in Region 5, there was a number of spring youth fishing days that took place. FWP staff and volunteers connected with more than 800 students. In there, the volunteers included folks from Region 5, FWP staff, the Montana Pike Masters, Billings chapter of Wally's Unlimited, the Hunters Education instructors, as well as the Magic City and Heights Optimists. The Friendship House also provided food for the event. Region 6 and 7 hatchery staff helped out with that, with those events as well. In fisheries, the Billings fisheries focused on the scoping meetings that were held with proposed changes to the regulations. In Parks and Rec, the General Custer Fishing Access Site had some temporary repairs that occurred to the boat ramp. Those were completed to accommodate low water conditions. They included addressing some bank erosion and roadway alignment, which will continue later on into the summer and fall. Two Leggings boat ramp permit is underway, as well as proposed construction for this summer, which will include regrading and plank repair at the ramp area. Whitebird Fishing Access, the bridge replacement project is underway with hopeful completion of no later than early spring of 2027. There may have to be an alteration with that, the type of structure that's used depending on the availability of materials. In wildlife, the mule deer surveys in Region 5, due to favorable winter conditions, the fawn recruitment was really good in all areas in Region 5, with the exception of being the Red Lodge area. Population trends tend to be below average in most all areas, the exception there being the Roundup area where the population tends to be above average. In the bear management, 2026 was the first year with permit opportunities that existed that were in addition to the spring and general season. In the bear management units that closed on June 10th, there was 113 bears harvested, 41 females and 72 males. In the administration area, the license sales in Region 5 at the Fish and Wildlife Parks office in Billings were up 26%, likely due to the reduction in availability from commercial sales at other locations. They're working with, the staff is working with other ambassadors to increase the number of locations for license availability in the region. And Chair Robinson, that's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Wargo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as engagement with the community, I attended a board meeting for Trout Unlimited that they hosted here recently in Region 1. There was some folks from the tribe there, CSKT, talking about some of the Flathead Lake management. So that was a very interesting discussion to attend. I appreciated the invite for that. I was able to attend the regional fisheries scoping meeting and one of the online meetings. Had some discussions with a few of the members from the Houndsman Association. That was kind of the extent of engagement. Regional report. Region 1 just had the final CAC meeting of the year before summer break. That was on May 20th. I was able to attend that. There were some good discussions. That was kind of wrapped up the term of quite a few of the members there. So they're going to be looking at going out and selecting some new members for the CAC. It's always a great opportunity if folks want to get engaged. Starting at the CAC level is an excellent place to be step up and get involved. So anybody in Region 1, be on the lookout for applications coming out for that. Thompson Falls and Kalispell fisheries staff, they completed some removals of illegally introduced goldfish in a pond that posed a risk to the Clark Fork fishery. So sounds like that was successful. It's good to see that take place. Wildlife, the North Shore WMA EA process recently concluded for using a sharecropper to manage 350 acre parcel. The EA process for FWP's purchase of a conservation easement on Stimson Lumber Company land is concluded. Funds to purchase the easement would come from the U.S. Forest Service Legacy Program grant and dollars raised by Trust for Public Land. An EA aimed at recovering northern leopard frogs in western Montana was released on June 5th. And then public scoping was recently initiated for Foist Blacktail project, a proposal for FWP to purchase a conservation easement on around 1,100 acres adjacent to Flathead County Park. The easement would be funded by a Forest Legacy program grant. And then I mentioned it last time, but I'll just throw it out there again as we're starting to get out and enjoy the backcountry some, the rain and wind events that we had in Northwest Montana. Things are in pretty rough shape. That a lot of culverts and trail tread blown out. Quick update on the Bob Marshall. I have yet to hear that they've been able to open up the northern end of the Bob Marshall. There's some big sloughs that are preventing folks from accessing that. And then I think the majority, I haven't heard that there's any trails on the western side of the Bob that are accessible right now. It sounds like they're going to be routing everybody down to the North Fork of the Blackfoot. So I'd expect to see crowded trailheads at the areas that do have access. So that's what I got for my area. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. as far as my involvement, I attended the Region 3 CAC meeting in Bozeman last month. It was well attended. And one of the discussion topics that was going on was the uptick in chronic wasting disease, which has recently been detected in the Bozeman suburban area. Right now, the disease infection rate is estimated around 5%, which is about what they first detected in the Ruby when it was found there years ago. That disease exploded in the Ruby to 60% in less than 3 years, but the city of Bozeman area has a higher concentration of deer than they did in the Ruby. So Fish, Wildlife and Park staff is really concerned. Bozeman does not have any kind of a plan to do anything about the deer population in the urban area, and Fish, Wildlife and Park staff thinks that it is going to be a vector for the disease to spread to other ungulates in the area. So that was discussed for quite some time. I met with the local homeowners and ranchers in Park County regarding the Siskin Island fishing access proposal that's on today's agenda. Also met with representatives from Wild Livelihoods and Freshwater Partners on the same proposal and discussing solutions for what happens after this would be allowed. I was invited to a meeting with the Ruby Valley Alliance, which is a group of ranchers and conservation groups in the Beaverhead and Madison counties. Also in attendance at that meeting was staff from Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Forest Service, BLM, DNRC, Montana Wool Growers, Greater Yellowstone Coalition, county commissioners, local legislators, and staff members from Montana's congressional delegation. The main topics were conservation easements, predators, and drought. Met with the regional director for the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation regarding hunting regs, and finally met with staff biologists from the Flying D Ted Turner's Ranch regarding beaver translocations, which is also on today's agenda. Commissioner Walsh, staff, and also board member from the Yellowstone Forever toured the ranch and visited the areas. I received phone calls and emails from various sportsmen regarding pond licensing, predator quotas, mule deer populations, and license kiosk frustrations. That rounded up my month for that. In the region, they're improving public access and recreational opportunities. They've re-gravelled and graded fishing access sites on the Beaverhead, Ruby, Upper Madison, and Big Hole rivers. They'll also grade 21 miles of road on the Mount Hagen Wildlife Management Area throughout June. And they're in the process of rebuilding the entire Robb Creek Road. They hope to have that completed by fall of this year to enhance hunter access. To better manage growing recreation use on the Yellowstone River, work is excuse me, underway at several fishing access sites to better delineate parking with curb stops and signage, which will increase parking capacity and improve traffic flow. Additional parking areas have been opened where feasible. Boat ramp projects include extending the ramp at Pine Creek Fishing Access to improve launching and retrieval during low water, constructing a new ramp at Immigrant East to handle peak use and low water conditions, and repairing the ramp at Gray Owl. Accessibility improvements are another key focus of the season. Staff are conducting site assessments for the Americans with Disabilities Act access at fishing sites, with planned work that includes installing concrete sidewalks and parking areas to access latrines, and exploring upgrades to camping sites, such as concrete parking pads and other amenities that will improve accessibility and user experience. Fisheries staff are closely monitoring flows and water temperatures throughout Region 3 as several rivers, such as the Lower Madison, approach Hudal criteria before the cooler weather this weekend. Looking ahead, the 50th anniversary of Bannock Days will be held July 18th and 19th at Bannock State Park, offering another opportunity to engage with the public and in the state's cultural and natural heritage. And I hope to be there in a booth with the Montana State Parks Foundation, which is one of the other things I'm involved in. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as communications, I had some phone communications with several representatives of MOG, including Will Israel and Rod Paschke. And then there was numerous individuals from all over the state regarding items on the agenda today. Wildlife biologist from Region 7 recently completed mule deer aerial spring green up surveys across the entire region. And for the third straight year, the total numbers of observed mule deer and overall densities have increased. Currently, mule deer numbers are still approximately 17% below long-term average, but have been trending up in the recent years. In communications, the region completed multiple Kids Fishing Day, an education program. Kids Fishing Days were held in Miles City, Glendive, Colstrip, and Sydney, serving nearly 600 students from over 20 communities. A Becoming an Outdoors Woman, a bow class, was held June 6th and 7th. Efforts were focused on paddlefish biology and angling opportunities. Class members were able to fish for paddlefish as part of the instruction. In Parks and Recreation, the FWP is working with Sydney 4-H clubs to establish a life jacket loaner program at Gartside Fishing Access site south of Sydney. The 4-H students are building a kiosk to hold life jackets and signage, which are provided by the FWP. Gartside is a small reservoir population for fishing, kayak, and swimming. It's a little morbid, but they said life jackets float, kids don't. In fisheries, there is a lot of data regarding the paddlefish harvest, and it is down mainly due to turbidity as well as just the amount of flow. As you know, most of these areas are down. So I would encourage everybody, if you want definite numbers, to go on to the paddlefish dashboard. As far as the pallid sturgeon passage at intake, thus far in 2026, 20 pallid sturgeon with transmitters have successfully migrated upstream through the intake bypass channel. Monitoring upstream migrations and spawning activities will be different in 2026, considering the flows in both the Tongue and Powder River are inadequate for fish migration. And secondly, both tributaries are not contributing the normal turbidity to the Yellowstone River. Both river flow and high turbidity are known attractors and triggers for pallid sturgeon and other native fish migrations. The Tongue River is experiencing near record low flows thus far in 2026. Excuse me. On June 2nd, snowpack in the Bighorn Mountains was rated at 0%. And Tongue River Reservoir has not filled, and without significant rain is not expected to. This led to Montana making a call on post-1950 water rights in Wyoming in early May per the 2018 Water Compact settlement. The TNY Irrigation District, one of the senior water holder rights in the basin, also sent call letters to upstream junior water users in Montana. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks followed with sending call letters to junior water right holders in the Tongue River upstream of Miles City to honor the 75 cubic feet per second flow of in-stream flow at Miles City. For comparison, the Tongue River flows on May 15th at Miles City was 13.6 to 15 cubic feet per second. The 18-year historical average flow on May 15th is 400 to 450 cubic feet per second. Moving into enforcement, Region 7 wardens were busy this turkey season with a notable increase in non-resident hunters. Most of the issues were related to tagging violations, including hunters failing to have paper carcass tags or the FWP app on their phones while they were hunting. Region 7 is slated to get 2 new game warden hires following their swear-in June 15th here in Helena. Clay Prell will be stationed in the Colstrip district and Ethan Titus in the Sydney district. And we are excited to get them on board to begin their training. There is a ton of need for more wardens, so tell anybody who's interested to sign up. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Walsh.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Chair Robinson. For Region 4, the Wadsworth Family Fishing Day was held on June 6th with around 800 eager anglers in attendance. Walleyes Unlimited, Trout Unlimited, and the Sun River Watershed Group assisted FWP staff with this successful event. And big thank you to all who helped, and particularly Walleyes Unlimited, who supplied rods and other items for attendees. Some good news from the Missouri River Trout Survey results. The spring 2026 brown trout estimates are up significantly from 2025 at both Craig and Cascade. And throughout the region, like all of Montana, we've benefited significantly from recent precipitation. On the drought update, I don't have a lot to report, but Canyon Ferry Reservoir is now 86.8% full. On the Sun River, Gibson Reservoir is 99% full. And on the Marias Tiber Reservoir is now 98% full. The Region 4 Wildlife Staff reports that spring deer and deer harvest surveys were recently completed. Most Region 4 deer populations are at or above long-term averages. The areas, however, that were hardest hit by drought remain below long-term averages, although recent precip has helped. Those that were hit the hardest by drought conditions are the Rocky Mountain Front and Missouri River breaks. Wildlife staff recently completed a spring bighorn sheep survey in the Little Belt Mountains, and they were specifically looking for sheep that were translocated to the Little Belts a few years ago. They found 14 of them. Region 4 black bear harvest to date, 74 total. That's 52 male and 22 female. And bear management units 411, 420, and 440 are now closed. BMU 450 remains open. Staff have been working on WMAs across the region. In addition to annual noxious weed control, staff have been working on habitat projects at Freezeout Lake, the Marias River, and Beartooth WMAs, as well as grazing systems at Ear Mountain, Blackleaf, Judith River, Beckman, and Beartooth WMAs. Finally, on parks and outdoor rec, the Smith River flows were below average for most of May. I know raft floaters were limited for at least a period there. However, late May and June rains have helped to salvage what was shaping up to be a very short season. Flows went from 200 CFS to 664 CFS recently. Search and rescue were dispatched last week on Belt Creek at Sluice Box State Park. Fortunately, the individual was safely rescued by members of the public. In terms of meetings that I had with outdoor groups or non-FWP groups, with Commissioner Brook, I visited the Flying D Ranch and visited with their staff. And then we had a couple of FWP biologists that focus on beaver, and we visited the beaver translocation sites that we'll be discussing here in a little bit. I also met with Lucas Kane from Trust for Public Lands to discuss the Upper Thompson Conservation Easement and the Siskin Island issue that we'll be voting on today. Finally, I met with Trout Unlimited with Clayton Elliott to discuss the fish management plan and the 2027-28 fishing regs that we're now scoping. I also was able to attend the fishing reg scoping session in Region 3 headquarters and compliment the staff on a really nice meeting and very well attended. I think I counted 35 members of the public, which is a dramatic difference from last year. Anyway, that's my report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Sorry, I couldn't be there. I have a commitment on the fire department where I have the command rig, so I may get a call during the meeting, and if I do, I won't interrupt. I'll just turn my video off and respond to that and hopefully be back on. Groups I met with, I met on the phone with Will Israel from MOGA. I met with multiple houndsmen from Region 2 on the mountain lion quotas. I met with Mark Cook from Wolves of the Rockies, and I attended the Region 2 fish scoping meeting in Missoula. Region 2 updates for wildlife. Region 2 biologists completed spring big game surveys in April. Several elk populations are trending upward, likely in response to the mild winter conditions for the third year in a row, which has led to good recruitment. Especially notable were some higher counts in the upper Clark Fork. As a result, elk B licenses were increased in hunting districts 210, 213, 291, and 293. FWP is also starting to see better elk numbers around the Blackfoot Clearwater Wildlife Management Area, a spot that has been below objective in recent years. The Blackfoot Clearwater WMA Open for antler hunters went well. This was the third year of the registration system for vehicles, and it attracted over 800 registrants, which was slightly fewer than last year. On opening day, only 118 of those vehicles checked in and entered the WMA through the east entrance, which is the only entrance that opens to vehicles at noon. Numbers are not limited in the registration, but vehicles are assigned an entry order. These changes were first implemented in 2024 to address safety concerns related to vehicles that would park along Highway 83 near the WMA's west entrance for days and weeks leading up to the opening day. For enforcement, over Memorial Day weekend, wardens focused a lot of time patrolling area lakes, state parks, and fishing access sites, talking to those who were out recreating. Generally, lakes and campgrounds were busy with nice weather, and compliance with rules and regulations were very high. Recently, Trey Truitt pleaded no contest to multiple poaching violations in Ravalli County. Trey was sentenced by Ravalli County Justice of the Peace to a lifetime loss of hunting, fishing, and trapping privileges. Wardens would like to thank the Ravalli County Attorney's Office for their efforts prosecuting this case. Wardens across the region have participated in many youth education events this spring. Wardens gave presentation on variety of topics, including what a game warden's job is like, how to stay safe this summer around water, bear safety, and hunter education. Wardens have also attended multiple kids fishing days. For access, staff are finishing up BMA renewal agreements for the 2026 hunting season. The region has a few new landowners interested in the program. Access staff are working on new private land fishing agreements. Most were historic access sites that have lapsed in agreements. However, they still provide public access. Spring BMA season ends on June 15th, and staff will begin to close sign-in boxes and collect permission material for the following week. Parks and Outdoor Rec. Fantastic weather prompted a busy Memorial Day weekend at Region 2 state parks and fishing access sites. Runoff and rain have kept rivers high for an extended period this season. The rivers are starting to clear up, which will likely prompt more people out on the water. Woodside Bridge fishing access site in the Bitterroot flooded twice this season so far, and FWP put a partial closure in place allowing pedestrian access only. The site is currently open again. Travelers Rest State Park is wrapping up a busy spring field trip season for local schools, serving 1,182 students this year. The upper and west fork of the Bitterroot River lottery concluded for 3 abandoned commercial use permits. Successful and unsuccessful applicants will be notified this month. Communication and education. Fishing days for FWP's Hooked on Fishing elementary school students were in full swing in late May and early June throughout the region. About 800 4th and 5th graders from area schools attended, and has had a lot of great help from staff and other divisions to make these fishing days possible. Hunter, bow, and trapper education classes and field days are continuing region-wide throughout the summer and early fall. Most communities in Region 2 have class offerings between now and hunting season, thanks to help of our new Region 2 education technician, Ryan Binga. and nearly 100 active volunteer instructors in the region. We're hosting public bear aware training on June 24th at 5:30 with the help of wildlife staff. Staff will give a short presentation on bear safety and conflict prevention, followed by a chance to train with inert bear spray and the robo charging bear simulation. These events are typically very popular with up to 110 attendees in the past Missoula trainings. Fisheries springtime is busy for reviewing projects by agencies and private landowners that affect stream beds and banks. Staff spent considerable time reviewing plans and discussing alternatives with applicants to protect fish habitat and meet project objectives. Springtime is also the season where fisheries staff update many of the lake and river fish population assessments. In addition to getting up-to-date status, this information is used to adjust stocking plans, identify important habitats to protect and enhance, and evaluate fishing regulations. Rain has helped sustain river flows and reservoir levels, and there seems to be some snow melt helping as well. Staff are hoping for a continued cool and reasonable wet spring. R2 is showing is not being in drought status, at least for the time being. End of report, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. For myself, the only group that I visited with was a Nature Conservancy about the beaver relocation project that will be on the agenda today. I spoke to several individuals. A lot of the calls that I received were not within our jurisdiction, but I put them in touch with staff that could help them with their issue. As far as the region goes, the biologists completed spring mule deer green up surveys. Total deer numbers increased 32% from last year and are slightly above average. The ratio of 62 fawns, 100 adults remained above average, also indicating a growing population. I realize that Region 6 is a very large region, but personally, we on the ranch have been gathering a 30-section pasture for the past week, and I saw one mule deer doe and spoke to my husband, and he saw a total of 3 in that large of an area, which is very like prime deer habitat. So the survey may show an increase, but it's definitely not through the entire region of Region 6. Antelope, I'm seeing a lot more antelope, which the young ones that I saw, the babies, they were singles rather than twins, but I did see two doe that had babies, so that was good. We received 13 landowner applications for habitat conservation leases in Region 6 for about 20,000 acres. And we continue to see good interest in the program. There's lots of educational events to round out the school year. It was great having our education and customer service technicians on board. The next CAC meeting for Region 6 will be July 1st in Glasgow. The public meeting in Glasgow on May 26 was lightly attended, 3 people from the public. Paddlefish season on the Missouri upstream of Fort Peck Dam has been relatively slow due to the low river discharge during most of the season. As of June 2nd, 218 paddlefish had been reported as harvested. This will likely increase by the end of the season on June 15th due to the increase in river discharge the last week due to the much needed rain. We did receive, I think in our area, which would be, we're about 30 miles from the James Kipp Park, we got 1.5 inches over a weekend, and then we have been getting like 2/10 and 2/10, and so and I think Sortman got over 3 inches when we got the 1.5 inches. So it's looking better, and there actually is water and grass. So, parks and outdoor rec, a portion of the Fort Peck Dredge Cuts fishing access site has been closed due to significant sloughing of the dike, which serves as a public access road. The site remains open for walk-in access only. We're coordinating with the Roosevelt County Library, who recently completed a youth activity building bat boxes and has requested to install them at the Lewis and Clark fishing access site. Block management season is well underway with landowner agreements being processed. That concludes my report, and Director Clark, if you'd like to give your report, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission and staff and members of the public. Thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to share my report with you. For Region 1, for the past 20 summers, Region 1 has hosted a student fisheries intern, and this week we're pleased to welcome a Helena native, Ethan Walsh, as our 2026 intern. Ethan will begin his junior year at the University of Montana this fall. In Region 2, Wildlife Manager Liz Bradley is currently working to fill the Blackfoot Area Biologist position after Lee Tafelmeyer left the position in May. The position was posted mid-May and closed June 8th. Staff conducted interviews for the Missoula Area Biologist position on May 29th and will be completing the hiring process soon. Interviews for the Region 2 non-game tech position were completed on June 4th, and hiring for this position is also in process. In enforcement, the Missoula Area Game Warden, Scott Malachi, successfully completed the Enforcement Field Training and Evaluation Program and is available for calls. So congratulations to Scott. We're excited to have him in that region. On June 15th, Tanner Learman will be sworn in as the new Deer Lodge Game Warden, and Tanner went to college at the University of Montana and worked in the University and Military Veterans Services Office. So we're excited to have Tanner join the team in the Upper Clark Fork. As far as access in that region, Region 2 Access Specialist Kara Clark has accepted a graduate position and her last day is June 12th. Staff are working through the hiring process to replace this position. Parks and Outdoor Rec, Bryce Sander accepted the Clearwater District Recreation Ranger position. Bryce comes from a different district in Region 2, working as a rec tech around the Alberton Gorge Whitewater Corridor. Bryce starts his new position in a few weeks, and next steps will be to fill his previous position. There are 3 vacancies in the region for recreation technicians. Managers are in the middle of hiring process and conducting interviews this month. In fisheries, Stephanie Espinoza left the Jocko River Trout Hatchery to work with CSKT Tribal Water Rights, and FWP hired Brandon Hoffman from Murray Springs Trout Hatchery in Eureka to replace her. Fish manager Pat Sappel is working through the hiring process to fill the Missoula area fish biologist and Rock and Flint Creek fish technician positions. Moving to Region 3, FWP continues to invest heavily in habitat enhancement projects across Southwest Montana. Recent work in Region 3 includes installing approximately 15 wildlife migration drop gates on wildlife management areas, with another 15 planned for this summer, along with the replacement of 13.5 miles of fence to improve permeability for wintering wildlife and to facilitate migration. Winter monitoring indicates that animals are using the new crossings extensively, underscoring the value for these infrastructure investments. Recent habitat improvement efforts include completing 400 acres of soil enhancement work on the Dome Mountain Wildlife Management Area to increase forage production and attract elk onto public lands, helping reduce conflicts with neighboring agriculture producers. Similar treatments are scheduled for about 2 miles of hayfields on Fleecer Wildlife Management Area in June and July, with the same objective of improving elk habitat on public land and easing the pressure on nearby ranch operations. Several wildlife management areas are also slated for conifer encroachment treatments, with major projects planned for Rob Ledford and Wall Creek. Reducing, expanding juniper and conifer stands on range lands increases the availability for forage for wildlife and livestock, improves native grass and shrub communities, enhances water availability, and helps to restore open habitats important to elk, deer, pronghorn, sage grouse, and many other species. These treatments also help lower wildfire intensity and improve the overall ecological resilience of these rangeland systems. In Region 4, the Conrad Area Wildlife Biologist position was accepted by Autumn Keller. Autumn's start date is July 6th. She comes to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks from the U.S. Forest Service, where she was a biologist in Ashland and Gardner Ranger districts. She finished her master's in animal and range science with an emphasis in biology at Montana State University. In Region 5, Richard Took, from former manager of the Pictograph State Park, recently retired after a distinguished career with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We thank Richard for his many years of dedicated service and commitment. Matt Ladd, former wildlife manager who also served in law enforcement, recently retired from FWP. We extend our sincere appreciation for his years of service and dedication. So congratulations to both Richard and Matt on their retirement and outstanding careers. But in an unexpected but welcome development, June 8th marked Matt's first day as the newest member of Region 5 administrative team, making for a very short retirement. So welcome back, Matt. We always love that. Derek Fagone has been hired as the new Region 5 Warden Captain. Congratulations to Derek and best wishes to him on his new role. Drew Harp, the ranger at Cooney State Park, has accepted a promotion out of state, and we wish Drew continued success and thank him for his years of contribution to Region 5. Region 5 is currently recruiting for several other positions, including a wildlife manager, recreation manager, warden sergeant, and 2 hunting access technicians. Recruitment efforts for a ranger and maintenance supervisor are also expected to begin in the near future. Region 6 would like to welcome 3 new CAC members, Richard Tremblay, Garrett Backman, and Sherm Russell. We very much appreciate folks who serve on those community committees. On the evening of May 7th, Dawson Schott and Joram Randolph assisted the Fergus County Sheriff's Department on a rescue mission just downstream from the Fred Robinson Bridge. A boat had struck a sandbar and an angler had suffered some severe injuries. Dawson and Joram drove the sheriff's deputies to the crash site and assisted with first aid and extraction of the victim. Dawson and Joram went above and beyond their job duties and represented FWP in a very professional and compassionate way. So great work on that. Thanks, you guys. In Region 7, paddlefish season has been keeping the wardens busy so far this year. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. The elimination of the clip-on carcass tag has been challenging change for paddlefish anglers. Common issues include anglers who do not have the paper carcass tag in their possession, or who have selected an e-tag option purchase but do not have the app on their phone. And these changes have increased the incidence of improperly validated tags upon the harvest of fish. Under Parks and Rec, funding is being secured to complete the Hillman FAS in Miles City later this year. This access site includes $100,000 from Walleyes Unlimited, raised by the group through 3 separate fundraising events. Miles City has donated the land for this project, and construction is planned for early 2027. Region 7 has observed an increase in bear activity this spring across most of the region. They have reported black bear observations and a few conflicts. Landowners and the public should remember to be bear aware, even in eastern Montana. And even with the recent rain events, we have Region 7 has still been very dry so far this year, potentially leading to an eventful summer and fall with bear activity as they spread out across the landscape looking for food sources. And in headquarters, we are in round 2 of recruitment for an enforcement chief. The first recruitment was not successful in finding a candidate. We are also recruiting for a deputy director position. Jeff is transitioning to full-time chief legal again and has graciously been wearing 2 hats for a very extended period of time. Thank you, Jeff, for your patience and your service to the department. The legal team has also successfully recruited a couple of new members. Becky Cochran and Hamilton Platt are new hires in the legal unit, and Alex Scovino has been promoted to assistant chief legal. So congratulations to all of them. Additionally, leadership has been traveling to the regions for their summer meetings. The management team will meet together at the end of next week at Makoshika State Park for a day of meetings, followed by a tour of the intake project and fish passages on the Yellowstone River. We have mostly completed our proposed list of bills for the agency for 2027 legislative session. We are awaiting final approval from the governor's office before putting together bill drafts. You will find the list of bills scaled back compared to what we brought last session. And once we have those in final form in draft copy, we will provide the commission with copies of those for your information. The only one that is not completed is a placeholder for PLPW Council. They have at least one bill that they would like to move forward. We don't have the language completed for that, as well as they are wrestling with the issue of corner crossings. I personally recently attended the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, along with some other staff. Brian Wakeling and Ken McDonald and a few others joined. And it's always so interesting to hear what's happening in other states as well as with our federal partners. And I was going to give the drought update, but I decided that that was above my pay grade. So I'm going to pass that to Fisheries. Michelle McGree will give that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And that's where we'll start with the drought update, please.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Director Clark, thank you for that introduction. My name is Michelle McGree. I'm the Fish Habitat Bureau Chief. I'm going to give you a drought update today. FWP staff have begun meeting weekly to discuss stream flow conditions and drought. Those calls will continue through September. FWP held a public virtual town hall on June 4th to discuss current conditions and answer any drought-related questions. In terms of weather, most of our snowpack has transitioned to runoff, with the exception of a few high elevation sites. This is not expected to provide a significant amount of future in-stream flow. As many of you noted, recent rains have helped keep temperatures down and some stream flows higher temporarily. However, the rain was focused in certain areas of the state, particularly in basins across the Rocky Mountain Front and Western Montana, and not necessarily the southwest and central parts of the state. There are currently no hoot owl or, hoot owl restrictions or closures. In terms of water call, FWP's water program staff are watching in-stream flows. They're generally not making call with the exception of the tongue, as Commissioner Lane described. So thank you for that summary. Areas that FWP staff are watching closely are the Missouri headwater basins and the Yellowstone River Basin. In the future, we are hoping for additional widespread rain to keep temperatures down and stream flows up. The outlook for June 8th through the 14th appears to suggest average temperatures with an increased chance of precipitation in the northwest, north central, and northeastern portions of the state. We do have El Nino conditions present, which typically presents warmer and drier conditions throughout the state. There's still some debate as to its severity and how the impacts may differ from a strong to weak El Nino event. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go with the East Fork Bull River non-native and hybrid trout suppression.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, my name is Andrew Gillum, the Fisheries Management Bureau Chief. I'm bringing forward an additional project to our 2026 fish removals for your consideration. The Fisheries Division proposes a mechanical suppression of non-native brook, brown, rainbow trout in the East Fork Bull River to benefit native bull trout and West Slope cutthroat trout. The Bull River is the only remaining open system in the lower Clark Fork where non-hybridized West Slope are widespread, and it supports the basin's only migratory West Slope population. The East Fork also holds the only remaining bull trout population in the Bull River drainage and is one of just 3 adfluvial bull trout populations left in the lower Clark Fork drainage. Non-native suppression conducted in the East Fork from 2007 to 2009 resulted in roughly a 70% reduction in non-native trout biomass that persisted for about a decade. More recently, however, non-native trout densities have increased, and genetic analysis shows an increase in both brook trout, bull trout, and rainbow trout, West Slope trout hybridization. So thank you for considering the East Fork Bull River Non-Native Trout Suppression Project.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the East Fork Bull River Suppression Project.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lane. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this item on the agenda? Just step up to the microphone and just a reminder, it's a two-minute limit.
Perfect. My name is Riley Kurtz. I'm a Helena resident, and I'm here to express strong support for the proposed non-native trout suppression project on the East Fork of the Bull River. I'd encourage the commission to weigh documented evidence over anecdotal impressions when making the decision. I know that the funding has been characterized as the project is funded through mitigation dollars from a private power company and not through license revenue or other FWP funds. While some people maybe haven't seen the results, the broader scientific literature documents numerous successful cases of native fish recovery following non-native suppression. The project aims to restore native species to just a small portion of their historic range. And while it's not my primary hobby, all of my friends that are passionate fishermen asked me to come speak in support. They just aren't fortunate enough to live a block away. I'm glad to be able to speak on their behalf as well as my own. Brown brook and rainbow trout remain abundant in thousands of other Montana waters. So setting aside a few places for native fish like West Slope cutthroat and potentially bull trout down the road to recover seems like a reasonable trade-off. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to science-based fisheries management.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Okay, I see Jeff Lucas, if you would go ahead, please. You are muted. Yep, now you're good.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Chairwoman Robinson, members of the commission, good morning. My name is Jeff Lucas, spelled L-U-K-A-S, and I represent Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited. TU and MTU support this effort to suppress non-native trout in the East Fork of the Bull River, and we understand the difficult nature of fully removing competing and hybridizing non-native trout in any drainage, but we believe it is a worthwhile effort to support existing bull and West Slope cutthroat trout in the East Fork of the Bull River. Bull trout populations are on the brink of extirpation, and West Slope cutthroats exist in less than 60% of their original range here in Montana. Reducing competition and the risk of hybridization fits with the state fisheries management plan for native species, and we believe Avista's funding of this project is a good mitigation effort that supports FWP's plan. We urge the commission to approve the proposed East Fork Bull River non-native fish suppression project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to this? Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Okay, are there any other questions before we go to a vote?
Madam Chair,
Okay, who's speaking?
that was me.
Okay, sorry.
Just a question maybe for Andrew Gillum and potentially Adam is wondering if we're going to see a potential regulation shift in our proposed regulations to adjust the harvest in these areas of non-native species.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Gagnon. Right now, we do have some regulations changes for non-native species in harvest regulations in Region 1, smallmouth bass, lake trout for the Western District. I think if there's any northern pike, I believe is also on there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm thinking specifically of this drainage and the non-native trout species that we are mechanically removing to allow anglers to help with that.
I'm actually not aware of any harvest regulation changes in this particular drainage. I know that the fish that are going to be removed will be relocated, or the fish that they capture will be relocated to a pond where anglers can fish for them.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Got a quick follow-up.
Okay.
For Andrew. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of curious on the, so when you're electrofishing, and then is it just kind of everything that you chalk everything in there and you just kind of sort through and find what or I guess remove what you don't want to be there?
Chair, Commissioner Wargo. Yeah, so this is part of a ongoing annual monitoring where they do trap and haul. I think they move the bull trout below Cabinet Gorge or Thompson Falls. And they do electrofishing trend sections every year. So it's kind of piggybacking on an effort that's already going on. So they'll be removing fish in the electrofishing outside of bull trout spawning, and then fish that are captured at their weir and box trap.
And there's no restocking effort being a creek. There's nothing as far as supplementing any of the fish populations that's proposed as part of this. It's just removals.
Yes, that's correct.
Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair, just a quick one. Andrew, what is the timing of this? And would you be interested in having members of the public assist in netting and moving fish?
Commissioner Chair Walsh, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh. I would probably defer to Region 1 on whether or not they want public assistance. The timing, I believe, is July through November. And I think we're prepared to do the suppression for up to 5 years.
Any further questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, next is fisheries arm. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Adam Strainer, Fisheries Division Administrator. Good to see you all again. I'm here today to bring a follow-up to the February commission meeting, where at that meeting you green-lighted these 5 changes to ARM to go through the MAPA process. We have, so I'll give a quick background on those changes. These were all part of the 2023 Red Tape Initiative, where FWP brought the 5 ARM changes to you, and today, hopefully for final approval. The ARM changes have now been through a comprehensive MAPA process, and they received only 1 public comment, which largely ended with thanking the department for going through these changes and this process. The specifics behind each one of those changes, there were 4 amendments and 1 repeal. One of those was specific to changing the contemporary scientific names for fish species. One was to prevent fishing contests from occurring, being scheduled on specific holiday dates. Another was to combine the application process for what was the RIT program, now is the Future Fisheries Improvement Program. There was some ARM overlap in that regard. And then the last was to broaden the language to a more contemporary cooperative fishing access agreement language to really broaden the scope of that project moving forward. And then the last one was the repeal. And this was repealed and replaced with the House Bill 74 private pond language, and some specific ARM rules that went with that. So with that today, I have nothing further to bring to you at this point. And thanks for the time, and appreciate it.
Any questions? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt as final the proposed adoption notice to amend, repeal, and adopt ARM rules as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Brooke and Commissioner Lane, thank you. All right, I don't see any hands raised. Is there anyone who would like to, is there anyone present who would like to comment? Okay. Not seeing anything in the regions. Okay, one last chance. Any questions before we go to a vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we'll move into wildlife, and if you could put up the revised Commissioner Burrows's revised amendment so people can look at it while we're discussing. We have two amendments that will be discussed today. We will discuss them and vote and go out with an amended motion. And then you can comment also on the amendments at that time. So I just want to give you a heads up, and Eric is going to put up the first amendment that we'll be talking about, just so you can look at it while Brian is giving us an overview.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Brian Wakeling, serve as the game chief of the Management Bureau. The item we have before you today is the mountain lion quotas for 2020, fall of the 2026 into the winter of 2027. Just a reminder to the public, primarily, you may recall in December, the commission took action on the overall seasons. And so what we're bringing before you today are the quotas. That's what we're asking the commission to act on. Several things occurred as a result of the actions in December. One of the things that occurred was that we eliminated the special licenses, so the draw licenses and the restrictions that went with that. And we adopted a single lion license that runs throughout the course of the year when the seasons are open. As a result of that, and I'm not sure everybody necessarily caught that as we were recommending our quotas for this year. But what we did is we took the existing special licenses that were set aside and we rolled those into because we always assumed that those were going to be primarily male harvests, and we rolled that into the male quota for the regular season. And so we didn't identify that as any strikeout or anything in the mock-up that we included with that, because there were some other changes that we are proposing. The direction the commission has provided to the department is to continue maintaining a reduction in mountain lion populations over the course of a 6-year window. That direction came in 2023. We've been in it for about 3 years now. And the objective there was not to, a lot of people talk about a 40% reduction. It varied by unit, it varied by ecoregion. And what we, in department's calculation, looking at the quotas that were adopted for that year, was within the Northwest ecoregion, the overall direction was a 30% reduction over the course of 6 years. Within the West Central and the Southwest was to manage for a reduction of 35% within that 6-year period. And so we've been doing what we can to monitor. We have some lion population models that we use, an integrated population model. Oftentimes, though, there's a perception, but primarily from the public, that somehow that those are absolute numbers and they're precise. They're a tool we use to help us judge how the effect of various treatments. And as part of that, those integrated population models also use spatially explicit capture-recapture models, which is our field-based monitoring that uses genetic comparisons. And what we try to do is conduct those, the spatially explicit, we call the seeker models. And what we try to do, our direction that we adopted through our conservation strategy that was adopted in 2019, is to do one set of samples and then wait 6 years and do a second set of samples. So it's challenging for us to really calibrate our integrated population model, or IPM, which is not to be confused with the IPOM and the Wolf model, but the IPM, it's difficult to calibrate that precisely when we have yet to get a second seeker model in any of our ecoregions. However, we have completed our seeker estimates in each of our ecoregions. That because of the low density that we have in the eastern region, we're not planning to do a seeker estimate there. And our models work poorly there. We have to use other indices for abundance. But we use all that to try to help us gauge where we are. So based on when we just recently completed and got the results back from the Southwest ecoregion, based on what we've seen within the Southwest ecoregion, we believe that we are on the expected trajectory that the commission directed us to achieve. And so our proposal that we brought forward, we did recommend some changes to quotas within the Southwest. What those harvest or those quota adjustments should do is maintain the harvest at the rate that we're seeing now, and continue to maintain that rate of reduction that we've seen, but it provides a safety cap, if you will, towards any overharvest that would change that trajectory more rapidly than what we currently expect it to be. So it's none of this is precise at this point in time. We don't believe that any of our populations are in any jeopardy of extirpation or anything of that nature. And so overall, that there was one other change that we had recommended, and this was based on some of the input that we'd received from the houndsman meetings within Region 7. We took an existing harvest quota of 45, and we're recommending that we break that out into a male and female quota with 35 for male and 10 for female. We still anticipate that we would see the harvest stay pretty much as we have seen it. There have been some years when that female harvest has exceeded 10. But on average, it has remained below 10, and so we don't anticipate any real change to trajectories there as well. That sums up the overall recommendation. Certainly be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
Thank you. Mr. Wakeling, regarding the Region 7, I think it's hard to, and I hear your recommendation from the houndsman as far as wanting to have that break, but we have not hit the quota I don't know that we've ever hit the quota. And now we're wanting to put limitations on it. To me, it seems kind of pointless, but also as far as the only information, and correct me if I'm wrong, is just harvest data. It does not take into account what people are seeing on the ground. Am I correct in saying that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, I think you characterized that fairly accurately. The only difference I would say is that in many cases, harvest demographics is the only information we have to gauge population performance by. And we do have field observations that we also use to inform that. But you're correct in that we don't have a model there. We haven't been trying to do the seeker estimates there. We know it's a low density population. And in most of our units, some of the graphs that I shared with the region or with the commission, in most of our regions, we don't routinely achieve most of our quotas, if you will. Oftentimes our harvest stays below that, and it has stayed relatively stable within Region 7.
Go ahead.
I guess what I'm hearing I have a lot of landowners, when they saw this possible amendment, they were like, we are seeing more than we've ever seen. And I'm not saying that the important thing is to hit that quota, but I think it needs to be taken into account, because it appears in your graph that we're in a decreasing trend. And that is just the opposite of what I'm hearing from people that are on the ground. And the other thing to keep in mind is we have not had good conditions in eastern Montana for any type of harvest. So I just feel like these numbers may be a little bit skewed, and that we may, I'm not saying that this amendment shouldn't eventually happen. I just don't see the point of it happening at this point.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, I certainly don't have any strong argument to make the change. This was, some of the feedback that we had received through our public meetings certainly seemed consistent with the data that we do have. We don't anticipate that it would alter the harvest, but from a population standpoint, this isn't the most critical recommendation that we've got before you.
Thank you.
So I guess it's Commissioner Lane. If you did want to make an amendment, we'll go with the ones that were already submitted. And if you want to make an amendment, we'll do it after that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I guess I just want to remind you, I would like to take a motion for the commission or the FWP's recommendation, the main motion first, and then we will deal with the amendments from that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the fall 2026, winter 2027 mountain lion quotas as presented by the department and accompanying mock-up with all other aspects regarding prior seasons adopted, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Brooke, thank you. Okay, any further questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brooke.
Brian, thank you for the presentation. For Region 3, you're saying we're basically on trend for the direction that you got from the commission in 2023. Has the harvest increased dramatically, or is it the reason why we're on trend is because now you have a better idea of the count? Because I didn't see a big change in the actual harvest of lions.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, we can't say, we're still trying to get a precise estimate of the number of lions within the region. We believe the number of lions is lower than what we did when we initially put our quotas together in 2023. But it's hard to say precisely what that number is. Oftentimes when we're running our population models, we see some pretty wide variability. But what we've been seeing within the Southwest region is that it is consistently in decline. And so we believe that the population we are seeing a lower number. But what we don't know at this point in time, until we come back and start doing some follow-up measurements, is whether, what proportion decline we've actually seen. And so it's difficult to say, we're at, we were trying to get to 35 and we're at 17.3 or something like that. We just don't have that level of precision. We know we're meeting we're confident that we're meeting the commission's direction, but we don't know to what extent yet. And that's, frankly, that's part of the advantage of actually doing this, is it gives us an experimental design with which we can use to look at our monitoring methods and look at the power of our statistical tests.
But the harvest data, did the harvest increase across the region, or did it stay the same?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, within the Southwest Eagle region, we did see a decrease in harvest, but we largely saw that throughout the state in a lot of places. And it's pretty speculative as to exactly what the reason for that decline is. We certainly had a very different winter this year than what we've seen in some years. And so we did see that, and we did see it in a number of the regions.
I guess I know what the houndsmen are going to say about this, and I think you do too, that we met the objective that we gave in 2023 by increasing the quotas, but the harvest, it wasn't from the harvest. It was because the numbers weren't right in the first place. And that's what I've been hearing from the houndsman from pretty much June 9th, 2023 to today, is that that was an incorrect assessment of the number that was out there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, the number that we estimated as part of our initial effort was higher than our current estimate. I don't know, it's been 3 years since we've been in this. I don't know, I can't say definitively whether or not the number has been lower all along, or if we're actually seeing the effect of that reduction on the lion population. We are able to detect a decline there. When we look at the harvest demographics, and this is something that we look at for each of the regions, we aren't seeing anything in the harvest demographics that would lead us to believe that we've overexploited the population to the point where it's at an extremely low number. Typically, when you start to see some things in a harvest, when you are at a very low population level, frankly, the number of adult females in the harvest starts to increase dramatically. Some of that is governed by our use of quotas that regulate the number of males and females. But overall, when we look at the demographic data that we have, we aren't seeing any indication that the population is in an unhealthy situation. We do acknowledge that it's low. We do acknowledge that it's lower than we estimated originally. We do acknowledge that it's demonstrating a decline.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess kind of general comment and then maybe a question for Mr. Wakeling. I mean, I went back through and, I have very much appreciated all the houndsmen that I've got to talk to over the last year on this. I definitely believe that these guys have a pretty good handle on what's taking place out on the landscape. So, I appreciate that. But I guess, I try to piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Brooks' comments. I mean, if you look at things from a regional standpoint, the 2022 total quota in the area was 119 lions. We bumped that up to 169. I believe since we bumped that up, the highest observed harvest was like 94 total lions. In 2022, it was 91 lions. We actually, I think we probably experienced some of our higher lion harvest back in the 2010s, 2013, 14, 15, we were up maybe 115 lions, but we never exceeded that 119 lions in the original quota. I did go through and looked at each LMU relative to what the old harvest or what the old quota was versus what the harvest is. And there were a few within the, on the high year, harvest of 94 lions, I guess, or if you add up the totality, 2023, 24, 25, after the quota was increased. If you look at a couple of the individual regions, we might have had a prior quota of like 4 overall and 2 females, and then we end up harvesting 3 females or in a particular LMU. So since that quota was increased, I'm coming up that there was a total of 11 females and 11 males that theoretically got harvested above and beyond what those original 2022 harvest limits are. So while that's not insignificant in an area that, has a, somewhat smaller lion population than like what we do up in Region 1, I guess I 100% agree with what the sentiment of the houndsmen. They're out on the landscape. They're showing a decline in the population, but I have a hard time believing that 22 lions total over 3 years is what caused that population decline. I would just kind of throw that out there more for, discussion point. I think it's a healthier discussion if it's geared towards, why and, what we do moving forward versus, that the commission in their actions decimated lion populations. So I don't know if you're seeing something similar in the data, but that was my interpretation of it.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, we are going to move to, just a reminder, we're going to discuss the amendments. The commission will vote on the amendments. We will go out for public comment on the amended main motion. We'll try to get everything on the screen so you can look at it. It needs to go up one, please. Commissioner Burrows, if you'd like to speak to your amendment and make a motion. Just a reminder, I go on the order that they are received. Okay, go ahead. Oops, you must be on mute. Okay, we can't hear you, so we got to figure out what's going on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yes.
All right. Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission adopt the following amendment to the proposed 2026 Mountain Lion regulation or Mountain Lion Region 2 quotas. LMU 201, 9 male, 8 female. LMU 202, 14 male, 11 female. LMU 204, 6 male, 4 female. LMU 210, 4 male, 3 female. LMU 211, 4 male, 2 female. LMU 213, 4 male, 2 female. LMU 214, 1 male, 1 female. LMU 215, 3 male, 2 female. Sorry, that's missing in that block. LMU 240, 8 male, 6 female. LMU 250, 9 male, 7 female. LMU 270, 10 male, 8 female. LMU 280, 8 male, 6 female. LMU 285, 8 male, 6 female. LMU 299 male, 5 female. And LMU 299, a total quota of 20.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Lane. I think it was Commissioner Lane. Oh,
Wargo.
Commissioner Wargo. Okay. Okay, go ahead if you want to speak to it, please.
Sure. Similar to some of the discussions that we've had, I've also had a lot of conversations with houndsmen in Region 2. I'm hearing anecdotally the same thing. A lot of you are from the houndsmen, that we're not seeing as many mountain lions. We're seeing lesser aged mountain lions, smaller mountain lions. But like Commissioner Lane talked about earlier, then on the other side, I'm hearing from landowners and some of the other sportsmen that we're seeing more mountain lions. We're having more mountain lion conflicts. So I think that's one of the problems when we go anecdotally, and then you have to look at what is the interest by the people that you're hearing from. So I do put a lot of faith in those houndsmen that are out on the landscape, for multiple seasons, hundreds of days potentially sometimes. So that is the rationale for this amendment. It actually does decrease the quotas overall, and I'll get into that. The reason this amendment changed, it wasn't necessarily the numbers themselves in the LMU, but it was some of the background. And like Mr. Wakeling said earlier, that limited license that we had in Region 2 that we did away with last year caused a little bit of confusion when I analyzed the overall numbers. Not an expert in mountain lions. I did learn a lot through this process, and what's very clear is it's very difficult to manage mountain lions with a spreadsheet. I tried to fit the pieces together using a spreadsheet. I think it helped hone in on the number. But the numbers are so dynamic and so difficult that it's very hard to do. So I tried to use again that input from houndsmen and landowners. Ultimately, what ended up happening when we took those limited licenses into account and you just looked at an overall Region 2 quota, this proposal decreases the total in Region 2 mountain lions from 210 to 188, or about a 10.5% decrease. There were 4 lions added on if you don't consider the limited license, but if you consider that most of those limited licenses were probably male harvest, it leads to a pretty significant reduction in the male or the male quotas. And then if you look at the female harvest, decrease from around 93 to 82, or almost a 12% decrease overall. So, this is again in response to the houndsmen and some of the non-consumptive community that are anecdotally, I'm hearing that the lion populations have been trending downward. Like a lot of our predator quotas and rules that we passed, we're one season away from being able to take a look at it again. So I think this is a good stroke of business in Region 2 and hopefully striking a good compromise. The chart at the end of the amendment kind of gives a flavor for what is happening comparative to both the 2020. It's a little bit messy, but the chart at the end of the amendment, it shows what the proposed quote is in the first number. If there's a strike through that second number, that was the 2025 quota in comparison. And then the third number, parenthetical, would be the department's proposal, which just added the limited license onto the male quota. So
Do you have that,
happy to
Eric?
answer any questions.
Madam Chair, I do. I just don't have it as part of this particular screen. I can pull it up.
Are there any questions for Commissioner Burrows? All right. So like I said, we'll vote on this as a commission. And then that will be, if it passes, it will be amending the original motion. One more chance. Any questions? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh. Okay. All right, we will move to Commissioner Burke's amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment, I move the commission amend the directives to the department from the recommendations made during the 2023 season setting meeting by replacing the objective of achieving a percentage reduction in mountain lion numbers with a recommendation that the lion harvest quotas be established using current population modeling data and input from the annual regional public lion management meetings, recognizing that the department must adapt predator management in ungulate hunting districts of concern as appropriate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wargo. Okay. Questions?
Maybe I'll just.
Oh, yes, please. Go do an overview,
Madam
please.
Chair, thank you. I'll just go start by saying the rationale for this amendment has come from 3 years of interaction with the houndsmen who are on the landscape, who were very upset by us coming up with a percentage population objective, a percentage reduction population objective, when we didn't have a true good number of what was out there on the landscape. And a more reasonable approach to managing predators is the public input, the data that we get from the department, the managing conflicts, and looking at the ungulate populations of concern and coming up with a more appropriate idea for quotas that is not a percentage. And I think the big objection is that we were directing the department to reduce lion populations by certain percentages, which really didn't have any basis developing good data. It was more of a guess because lions are super hard to count. In most of eastern Montana, they're not counted. It's just an estimate. And it's pretty hard to reduce an estimated population by percent. So this is where it's come from. 3 years of very intense conversations with stakeholders that care deeply about this population and felt like this was a mistake, and I agree. I think it was a mistake. I voted for it. I was wrong. And so this is my attempt to try to go back to where we were before 2023, when the department brought all this data together and came up with quotas that the public understood and either could support or not based on land management units, not by a percent of objective. So I will take any questions, and I know there's people from the public here today that also are going to comment. This has been a process I've been going through since the day we passed this in 2023.
Any questions for Commissioner Brooke? Commissioner Walsh.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Brooke, how would this change the proposed lion draft that we have?
There's, from what I can see in the draft, Commissioner Wallace, the directive is, it was like the department is now saying they have this directive from us, but I can't put a finger on where it says in the this proposed draft where that directive is in there. Yet when we come back from the quotas every year, it's that they've received a directive from us. So I'm trying to undo the directive of percent, even though it doesn't say that in this draft. So I'm not even sure this is the correct.
Are you intending that if this motion passed, that it would change this year's, the motion that we've already made?
No. And that's, I guess that is, I am a little confused by how to accomplish changing the directive of 2023 if differently from the draft that we have before us, because it doesn't say in the draft. So
I would think that your motion should be that it would, if it does pass, that it would begin with next year's. Because I don't know how we would do it for this year's.
Yes. So would you like me to amend my motion?
Yeah, probably. Yes, please.
Okay. I think
by replacing it starting in the 20.
Okay.
20.
I move the commission amend the directive to the department from the recommendations made during the 2023 season setting meeting by replacing the objective of achieving a percentage population in mountain lion numbers for the 2027 season with a recommendation that lion harvest quotas be established using current population modeling data and input from annual regional public lion management meetings, recognizing that the department must adapt predator management and ungulate hunting districts of concern as appropriate.
Is that the correct date to start for next year's? I get confused with.
Me too.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, yes, that.
Okay. Okay. So the way that is worded, though, it seems that you're just saying for the 2027 season. Do you intend that
forevermore?
Yeah. Starting yeah.
Starting the 2027 season or beginning the 2027 season.
Commissioner Orgo, are you okay with that amendment?
I am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if you wanted perfect clarity, you could say the 2027-2028 season.
Okay.
Since it overlaps the calendar year.
Yes, the 2027-2028.
Commissioner Orgo?
I'm fine with that still.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, I've got a comment.
Okay.
I guess this might be more of a question for FWP legal. I appreciate the intent behind this, and I think this is healthy to have this discussion in Montana. I mean, predator management is probably one of, if not the most controversial topics that we face as a commission. And I mean, I think this is kind of I guess the tough thing in general, where, we might, the department might not want to get extreme on either side. So we shoot for the middle, and we could, by hitting the middle, we can miss the target on both sides, depending on where your area is. A middle of the road approach might be too extreme in some areas. And then, I mean, I would add or claim that there's some areas up in my country where a middle of the road approach is not, doesn't give us enough tools. So specifically regarding the ungulate hunting districts of concern, I mean, by throwing that out there, like what would need to be done from like a legal standpoint or department perspective to, maybe explore the concept of trying to establish some sort of separate sidebar discussion for areas that we have legitimate stated concerns with ungulate populations, where, we might have low calf recruitment, fawn recruitment, harvest objectives, population objectives, something along those lines. What would need to be done moving forward to kind of coin that term or move forward?
Madam Chair, give you a little bit more time to think about it while I babble on with my immediate response. What we did in the past for the Northwest ecoregion and for the West Central ecoregion, we established a line ecoregional population objective committee. We did not do that for the Southwest because we were just getting to the point where we would have done so when the commission provided us with this direction. Each of the line ecoregional population objective committees established what they called, or recommended what they called, there was a recommendation to the department. The department then adopted that and made that recommendation to the commission. But what they used was what they considered focal areas, places where and part of the consideration of that was where their assessment led them to believe that lion predation might be an issue. Without a whole lot of thought given to this, if we were provided that direction, we would probably fall back to what we've heard previously through the Lion Ecoregional Population Objective Committees, possibly revisiting some of that, and we might consider establishing a new one for the Southwest.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo. I mean, I don't have a great specific linear pathway of what that might look like, but I know it's eminently doable. It's just a question of getting the box around, whether that becomes a specific term of art we use or some other structure like Brian's mentioned, but it's all, legally speaking, doable as far as to bake that kind of structure into the approach the department takes in terms of both, the broad reg set for lion or other, black bear quotas, and to have that lens for being a little more specific in other areas with respect to that type of potential impact. So short answer, it's certainly doable. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And as Brian's alluded to, it obviously sounds like we've had at least the on the ground, people side of that structure in place to try and to better inform that kind of decision making, but certainly doable.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Rook. Thank you. Brian, how did we come up with the quotas before 2023?
There was, if you go back into, the teens, I wasn't with FWP at the time, so I can't say specifically, but a lot of, we had in 2015, we completed a population report based on some sampling. As we kind of went through that in 2019, based on some of the information there, that's when we developed the lion conservation strategy. And so it was kind of a bit more of a just kind of a looking at the data, looking at perceptions of population performance. But after the 2019 conservation strategy, then we started using the Lion Ecoregional Population Objective Committees. At those meetings, we presented the information that we had regarding population status, trend, size, occupation, home range size based on the data that we had. We tried to convene a group, a diverse group that would include typically 2 houndsmen, 2 people that hunted elk specifically, 2 people that would hunt deer specifically, and then some other, members of the affected stakeholders, landowners that had a stake in that. And then we went through a pretty formal structured decision-making process that would take typically, we'd spend somewhere between 4 to 6 days with this group developing, and we did not ask them to establish or recommend quotas. What we asked them to do was give us a trajectory that they would like to see that population use. And then based on where they wanted to see focal areas, where they wanted to see areas with less pressure, we would formulate a quota to achieve the harvest to get to the trajectory that group, that committee asked us to do. And then we'd share that with them so they'd have some sense of what that looked like. So that's kind of how we've been doing it. We're trying to get to a more, a lot of people often say, you hear it from the public often, is like science should dictate the answer. Science really doesn't dictate the answer. Science informs how we get to the position we want to get to. And so we need some kind of guidance. And so we've been using the ecosystem population objective committees to kind of help us get that. And certainly it's the commission's ultimate decision what direction that is.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
thank you for making the point of my amendment.
Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair. Just a question about process, and I assume I understand these 2 amendments really stand alone and they are not in conflict. So they,
Because this would start the next season. Yes.
yeah, thank
They
you.
would have been in conflict without this, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah,
or
I've got a
comments?
question.
Okay.
I guess if this was to pass, probably question for Jeff. Does this create any conflict? Because this is solely focused on mountain lions. If we were to come back with something where, because I guess just going into a comment for a second, I think it would really be good to invert the discussion regarding predator management in Montana and not look at these predator populations in a vacuum and analyze them, with blinders on unto themselves, because 2 things can be true. You can have a suppressed predator population in an area, and you can also have, an unhealthy or unsustainable predator to prey relationship in that same area, because you also have a suppressed prey population. So, if we were to, moving forward, try to expand the idea of this, and I guess the only reservation that I have to this proposal is that it's not holistic. If we're going to have kind of some special approach for lions, and we don't have it for wolves or bears or whatever, it would be nice to kind of have a unified approach. And I just, if this passes, does this create any conflict, or could we just amend our direction moving forward?
Because nothing else is on our agenda. This is the only thing that we can look at for today, is this species. But go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, but in answer to your question, no, I don't think there's anything about this proposed amendment that would, constrain a downrange conversation about how we take that ungulate hunting district of concern and that topic of more focused predator management relative to ungulate populations and carry that forward with respect to, other carnivores or predators besides just lion. That wouldn't create an obstacle to that.
Yeah, I was just, if we cast a wider net in the future, does this, create any like, oh, well, that would be nice, but you pass this amendment. I was just getting that out there.
No, I don't see that.
I guess another thing too is we come back every year. Nothing set in stone, I guess.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I was wondering if you were still on. Yes, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. Just want to say I agree with this amendment. I also agreed with the directive we gave in 2023, and I still tend to agree with it that 40%, I think we have to agree was relatively arbitrary, but we had to pick a number. I utilized that to develop my quotas back then and moving forward. But even since that time frame, I've still basically done this, and I think we've done this in Region 2. We've taken a look at what are we hearing from the houndsman, what are we hearing from the department, and what are we doing? This ungulate area of concern is kind of a term we coined a couple years ago. Commissioner Siebel was involved in those discussions, but taking that holistic look at an LMU or a hunting district and saying, what are we going to do in this district? So I agree with this amendment because I think it's what we've been doing for the last couple years anyway, is looking at what do we have for ungulate objectives in this area, and what are we hearing on the landscape from our predator population. Commissioner Wargo touched on a little bit, but if you look in that eco-regional report, it's a really powerful message, but it's kind of lost in just one line in that eco-region report. It basically says that predators need protein, and if you see a decreased ungulate population, you can see this decreased predator population. And it seems like really a no-brainer, but I think it's important that that doesn't get lost on us and we consider that when we're considering predator management. So I would like to ask one thing, and it's kind of off right now, and whenever it's relevant to answer it, but I think Commissioner Walsh voted against my amendment is what I heard. And I was just wondering if he would be willing to, just to make sure that I understand why. So moving forward and developing proposals, what issue we had with that amendment on the Region 2 quotas, if he'd be inclined to answer.
How about we get through this one first and then I'll let him answer that. Just remember to do. Okay, any other questions on the motion that's on the table? All right, I will go to a vote then. All those in favor of the motion, the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Walsh, if you would like to speak to your.
Yeah,
vote.
thanks, Chair Robinson. Well, as I heard the justification, Commissioner Burrows, I felt that that there's a potential that we're overweighting on the desires of the houndsman. They've been very vocal. They've contacted a number of us. And I like the approach of a more balanced approach on this, so that we have representatives who are concerned about ungulate population. So on whole, you were reducing the quotas on lions. Wasn't clear to me how many houndsmen you spoke with or what the involvement of the staff biologists were in Region 2. So that's why I voted against it.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other amendments? Commissioner Lane,
Madam Chair,
are you able, hold on, Eric, are you able to put that on screen, please? Okay, go ahead.
first of all, my apologies for this kind of being last second, but I move FWP Commission maintain the current Region 7 lion quotas without a female subquota.
Can you give your little sticky note to Eric, please? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll take Commissioner Burrows for a second. Okay, we'll get it up on the screen real quick. You kind of spoke to it before, but do you want to just give an overview of why you want to do your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair. One thing that needs to be kept in mind is Region 7 is in itself the LMU. And so we have a very large area, and while I do put a lot of faith in what the houndsmen are reporting, I also put a lot of faith in the different landowners as well as public hunters that I visit with are seeing as well. And they have been seeing a major increase in the amount of lions. And I'm not just speaking in my area, but all over the region. And so while I'm not saying that we do not have to be vigilant in watching what is going on, and if we do have to eventually put in a sub-quota for females, I just do not think that it's warranted at this time. However, you know, with the changes that are made in the previous amendments, we may be seeing huge changes in the future. So thank you.
Okay, Brian, would you like to speak to that amendment proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we don't anticipate any adverse biological impacts as a result of that amendment.
Okay. All right, we'll wait till Eric gets it up on the screen so everybody can see it. Any questions on that motion from anyone? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to a vote then. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair. I'm sorry, over here.
Okay,
Who
yep.
was the second on Commissioner?
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you.
Yep. Any further amendments? Okay. Okay, so that we're clear, all the three amendments that were proposed today were passed, and so they are part of the motion that will go out for public comment. Thank you, Brian. Anyone present who would like to comment?
Well, Madam Chair and Commissioners, first I want to thank the Commission and all of you individually for the time you put into this. I know it's often a thankless job. Most of my comments were directed towards the department's response to Commissioner Brooks' amendment. The department stated that the amendment doesn't provide a directed trajectory for lion population. However, stakeholders and biologists have been trying to communicate desired population goals for years. Due to outside political pressures, they've just simply stopped listening. Most recently, biologists have been limited to making quota recommendations that simply comply with reducing the population because that's what they've been told to do. They're not being asked to make professional science-based quota recommendations geared towards the actual needs of LMUs. The department also states that in 2023, the commission directed the department to reduce lion populations. Was it not actually the department that came to the commission requesting to be given that directive? The department claims it can't conclusively state whether any targeted reduction had been reached, but my question is this: can the department conclusively state that the targets weren't surpassed? Can the department conclusively state how many lions would factually constitute 35% of the population in any ecoregion? If the department can answer any of these questions, then what's the purpose in the study? Lastly, the department states that it has not surveyed the public to determine the degree of support from all sectors. I find that to be pretty dismissive of the thousands of citizens who've taken time to participate in the democratic process. People have called commissioners, people have commented online, and taken days off of work to drive to Helena since 2023 to give comments about the Lion mismanagement that we've been under. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director, my name is Mark Cook. I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Wolves of the Rockies comes out in strong support of Commissioner Brooks' amendment. We believe the proposed amendment is to replace predetermined mountain lion population reduction targets with a management framework based on current population modeling, biological data, adaptive management, and public involvement. These are all good things. One thing I'm hearing that I would like to bring forward is, and I say this respectfully, we all know that wildlife belongs to all Montanans, but yet we're hearing only from certain segments that people are seeking guidance from. The non-hunting public needs to have input on this. Commissioner Brook, thank you for bringing this forward. Commissioner Gagnon, welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak to this motion?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Josh Gallagher, and I'm the chairman of the board for the Montana State Houndsman Association and a lifelong resident of Region 5. Thanks for coming on board, Mr. Gagnon. First, I'd like to thank all you commissioners as well as Commissioner Brook for bringing this. We're really liking that you guys are always eager and willing to hear us out and our thoughts and concerns on mountain lion harvest across the state. My goal today is simple. We leave the meeting focused on managing game animals in Montana according to the specific needs of each individual region. Commissioner Brooks' amendment achieves exactly that. It allows mountain lions to be managed at the regional and lion management unit level based on the input of local stakeholders and the biologists. Many people think houndsmen don't want lions killed. This isn't the case. With this amendment, if further lion reduction is necessary in an area or more conservative harvests in another part of the state, this decision will be driven by actual conditions on the ground in that region. Many areas of Montana are struggling under the current request of reduction in populations of mountain lions, while others have yet to see sufficient progress. I trust the commission now recognizes that managing mountain lions across Montana with a one-size-fits-all approach is simply not feasible, given the state's diverse terrain and varying prey populations across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Brad Schultz. Thank you for your service, for considering public comments regarding this amendment. I support Commissioner Brooks' amendment. I believe the direction taken in 2023 to reduce our overall mountain lion population by 35% was not supported by sound wildlife management principles and has raised significant concern among hunters, conservationists, and members of the public. Mountain lions play an important role in maintaining healthy ecosystems and balanced wildlife populations. Management decisions of this magnitude should be based on reliable data, long-term population monitoring, and a precautionary approach that ensures sustainable populations for future generations. I respectfully urge the commission to support Commissioner Brooks' amendment and carefully consider the long-term impacts of further reductions in mountain lion numbers. Maintaining a healthy and sustainable lion population is essential for effective wildlife stewardship and for preserving Montana's hunting heritage and natural resources. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Scott Vollmer. That's for the record. That's Vollmer. And I come to you today as President-elect of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, MOGA. Will can't be here today, so you're stuck with me. We're going to support the department recommendations for the 2027, I got the years wrong, fall 26 and winter 2027 season. And one added other highlight, since it's just came up, we will support Commissioner Lane's amendment to Region 7 quotas. And thank you for bringing that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Barch. I'm the president of the Montana State Houndsman Association. Thank you, Commissioner Chair and other commissioners. I strongly support Commissioner Brooks' amendment. I think in 2023, there was a increase in the quotas, which was premature. It would have been nice if we would have been able to collect enough data to make that decision and with appropriate information. Anyway, just wanted to thank you guys for taking the time. I know the lion population and lion hunting quotas are extremely complex. Your guys' efforts are not unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. Feel free to go ahead and step up as soon as the other one is finished. Thanks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Winston Alpelt, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Brooke for all her hard work, as well as the rest of the commission for considering this amendment, which is hopefully a step back towards managing mountain lions from a more scientific and regional LMU manner instead of a statewide standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present? Okay. I don't see any hands raised, so is there anyone? Okay, Jeff Dara, if you could go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is Jeff Dara. That's D-A-R-R-A-H. Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, and I have to say it was a good discussion on lions. I appreciate everybody's input and sincerity here on the lion population. I learned a lot today. But from Montana SFW's standpoint, we support the 26-27 proposed lion quotas as set by the department. And we also, I'm going to support all three amendments that are proposed here today. Thank you for the opportunity and have a good day.
Thank you. Anyone else? Are there anyone in the regional offices that want to comment?
Madam Chair, Region 1 has a hand raised.
Okay, go ahead with Region 1, please.
Commission Chair Robinson and Commissioners, my name is Terry Zink. Terryzink. I'm a third generation houndsman, bow hunter, and archery business owner here in the state. And I also hunt deer and elk also. But though I recommend supporting Commissioner Brooks' Region 3 amendment and wish we had the same amendment here in Region 1. My biggest ask is to lower the 30% and 40% threshold that is over our lion quotas across the state now, that was implemented by former Region 1 Commissioner, which was egregious to the lion as a species, and lower the overall that number back to the recommended number of 12.5 that the state's lion committees recommended 5 years ago when the state's lion study started. What we need to have is fair, comprehensive predator management, not to pick on the easiest species or predator to manage, that being the mountain lion. That we have houndsmen are really in control in hindsight. I want to say this, that the algorithm does not work. When this started, it did not work. During the houndsman meetings here in Region 1, we recommended that the quotas be lowered, but that came on deaf ears. Lion quotas are not filling because lions are extremely low in many HDs. Listen to the boots on the ground, we as houndsmen. We care about the lion as a species. The lion populations are in decline is because we have lowered the harvested lions with a 30 and 40% rate. That should be 12.5 again. Science is conservation. Thank you, Commission Chair and Commissioners, and I applaud Commissioners Brooks' amendment. Thank you, Terry Zink.
Thank you. I guess I just want to do a clarification that Commissioner Brooks' amendment is not region specific. It would be for all regions. Are there any other? Okay, I see one more. Peg Brownlee, if you'd like to speak, please. You are muted.
Good morning.
Yep,
Good
go
morning,
ahead.
Chair Robinson and members of the commission. My name is Peg Brownlee, coming to you from Florence in the beautiful Bitterroot Valley. I've learned a lot today. I thank you for all the information. I'm just a member of the public who cares, and I am a stakeholder as well. I hope you'll continue to listen to public comment, not go by arbitrary anecdotal information. And I'm just interested in protecting the species, protecting our forests, and protecting the natural order of things. Thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. I'll give you just a few seconds to get your hand raised if you would like to comment. Okay. We will go to a vote unless there's any other comments or questions. All those in favor of the amended motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and talk about mountain lions again. Yeah.
Hey.
Thank you.
If everyone could return to their seats, please, we're going to try to resume shortly. Thank you.
Okay, Brian, if you want to go ahead with our next agenda item, that would be great. Thank you.
Certainly, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, Brian Wakeling, Game Management Bureau Chief. Kind of a theme I think we started is we're starting to look ahead, so we're not going to be talking about lines for the 26-27 season. This one will be for the 27-28 season as well, just to be clear. There's always a dialogue between the state and our federal partners when we're working on our regulations, trying to keep things as standardized as possible where we can get those. And there's been some renewed interest from the federal government on trying to standardize things as much as possible. One of the things that developed out of that is a proposal within the CMR and UL Bend National Wildlife Refuge is to look at an opportunity to provide some hound hunting opportunity on the refuge that's a little more consistent with some of the activities that we have off of the refuge. And so what we're proposing today would be included in our recommendations for the commission adopted the regulations for a 2-year period of time back in December. And so this would amend those regulations for the 27-28 season. Quotas haven't been established for that. That's something we do annually. And it's certainly possible to amend those regulations at any time going forward, just to be clear. But what this proposal would do would be to open hound hunting on the CMR and UDL from the start of the season, December 1st, that would end on in February or February 1st, or until the point at which the quota was met. If the quota is met, then the season would close as well. And so that's the only aspect that this recommendation involves. And I'm certainly willing to try to respond to any questions.
Do you want to explain that? I mean, it has to be approved still on the federal level.
Very good point. Thank you for clarifying that, Madam Chair. When we're working with our federal partners, and especially on refuges, the refuges have a greater authority on wildlife management than do, say, the National Forest or Bureau of Land Management. And so part of this aspect, because it's a wildlife refuge, this has to go through the federal system. That's the reason we're not proposing a change for this year. Government is always slow, but it's nice to know that the feds are always slower than we are. And so in this case, it's going to take them a little additional time to get that in place. They anticipate that they'll be able to have it in place a year from now. And we just wanted to get this in front of the commission for your consideration, just to indicate to the feds that it is something that we support and we're very interested in pursuing.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Gagnon?
Brian, if you would, and you mentioned the federal piece, if it is not approved at the federal side and it is approved here, then what moves forward?
So if everything goes according to plan and they adopt it and everything goes ahead, what this will do is within the federal documents and within the state documents, it would be identical and identify that we have a season. It would be readily available in either. If it does not go through, the proposed motion that we provided to the commission, it would automatically then just revert to the season that was approved for 2026.
Thank you.
Okay. I want Commissioner Lane.
Would you entertain a motion?
Yes, please.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve annual mountain lion hound hunting in the CMR and ULB refuges starting December 1st, 2027 until the appropriate harvest quotas are filled, or February 1st, 2028, whichever comes first. if the USFWS does not adopt these changes starting with the 2027 license year, the hound hunting regulations for Montana would revert to the regulation language adopted for 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Wargo. Any further questions?
Yeah, I've got a quick one.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. For Brian, I guess we've got, if in the event that we hit a quota before the date, hound training, would they be allowed to do any hound training on the CMR between a quota fill date and the date described?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, currently there isn't any hound training allowed on the CMR. The hound training season differs from the way it is for bears. By statute, it defines hound training as being December 2nd through April 14th. And so that's consistent wherever hound training is allowed, but CMR currently does not allow hound training.
Okay.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair, one more question, Brian. Thank you. Do you anticipate any proposed change in quota, assuming that this passes the commission and is approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Parks?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gagnon, for a number of reasons, I couldn't tell you exactly what's going to happen with the direction that the commission just provided on how we would start to look at some of those things going forward. It's likely that we'll see some changes to recommended quotas to a number of lion management units, and it's hard to say just exactly what that influence might be here.
Thank you.
I don't think the quotas have been met in that area in the last couple of years.
Madam Chair, I think you're correct.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brooke.
Brian, do we have ungulate areas of concern within the CMR?
Madam Chair, we have not yet designated anything that we consider ungulate areas of concern. There are populations, a variety of populations of ungulates that may be below or below objective in various spots, but we don't have. So far we haven't really looked at this particular area specifically, but there are a number of places throughout the state where, as we looked at the ecoregional population objective committees, for instance, they helped us identify focal areas, and so those are the kinds of things that we would continue to do going forward.
Okay, thank you.
The numbers are way down
For
elk and deer in those areas.
Madam Chair, it did seem like there was a lot of public comment that the hunting opportunities have been impacted with mule deer, bighorn sheep, elk. Are you guys seeing that from predation or from disease, or there are quite a few of the commenters talked about that?
I would add drought to it also.
Yeah. I apologize. I may not be following the question accurately.
Well, the question is you're saying that there's no identified areas of ungulate areas of concern, but a lot of the commenters said that that they were seeing declines in populations.
And I don't dispute that there's declines in populations. My apologies if I misled you on that. All I'm saying is we don't have anything we've officially classified as a ungulate area of concern at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Burrows.
And it was more just for clarification, I think.
Your
ungulate
your
area of
audio,
concern.
your audio is not working again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I think it's my video. I don't know, internet issue. But Brian, is it correct that basically what you're trying to say in regards to this area ungulate of concern is you just don't, the department does, this is more of a coined term by like the commission that we've started using, and the department just doesn't really have a criteria to designate an ungulate area of concern. Like, I think what we're doing is we're trying to like project a ungulate population below objective and call that an ungulate area of concern. You don't have criteria for that. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, that is correct. There are a number of units and different population management units where we do have populations that are below objective. When they're below objective, there's certainly a number of factors that influence that, predation being one of them. And if typically, if in my mind anyways, as I think about this was a area that's an ungulate area of concern, my impression might be that there would be multiple populations of ungulates that are below objective. But we don't have, you accurately identified, we don't have any clear definition of what that is.
So are there any questions on the motion? Okay. Hearing none, is there anyone present who would like, thank you, Brian. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you again for allowing me to comment. Scott Vollmer again, Vollmer, President-elect Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. We'd like to first thank Commissioner Lane for bringing this and collaborating with the department to bring this to us here today. And speaking of collaboration, I think this is a perfect example of a really good collaboration between state, federal wildlife agencies. This removes regulatory inconsistencies between the CMR and UL Bend and adjacent public lands and adjacent LMUs, the LMU being Region 7 and then some in Region 6. It was specifically crafted through the collaboration from both agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the department, to minimize impacts on wintering elk herds. In this proposal has wide support from a long list of organizations, which you saw in that letter, a lot of individuals as well, and the department as well. And the big thing with this is it supports balanced predator management in the CMR and UL Bend. Please vote yes on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commission, Chris Killorn, Outdoor Heritage Coalition, we strongly support this. We think predator management is a big thing, especially on the CMR. As I will note, downing mule deer populations and specifically in those areas, you have made it where from an unlimited take to just 100, either sex mule deer takes, we've seen declines there. I have personally witnessed 3 different lions sitting in one tree stand in one night. So the better predator management would be great in the CMR. And as well as on the CMR is that having the laws consistent with the rest of Montana state laws is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to comment? Okay, looks like we have a few online. I'll start with Scott Lanford, please. You are muted. If you need to unmute, please. Okay, go ahead, please. We still can't hear you. I'm gonna take a break from you and go to the next one, and we'll come back to you if you just raise your hand again. Okay, thank you. Anya Heister, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Anja Heister. I'm the Executive Director of Footloose Montana, a Missoula-based nonprofit organization with a mission to end the cruelty of trapping on public lands. The request for adding a hounding season for mountain lions on the 2 wildlife refuges seems to have come from the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, who in their letter from February 17th urged the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to allow hounding of mountain lions on the CMR and UL Bend National Wildlife Refuges. And this is the reason why this request is now on this commission's agenda, simply to follow the directives from trophy hunting organizations, including the Foundation for Wildlife Management, the Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, and the Montana Trapper Association. Clearly, wildlife refuges have a specific goal that is different from other lands, other public lands. Although most of them allow some hunting, their purpose is first and foremost the conservation and protection of wildlife. There's a reason why hunting of mountain lions has not been allowed in wildlife refuges. For example, it does not only kill mountain lions, but disturbs all other wildlife species. Fish, Wildlife and Parks has no way of estimating the number of mountain lions in eastern Montana. There are 2 motives for this proposal. 1, to transfer wildlife management on wildlife refuges from the federal government to the state. And 2, Fish, Wildlife and Parks has given its authority away to a commercial interest, the Montana Outfitter and Guides Association and its trophy hunting and trapper allies, the true drivers of wildlife management in Montana. For these reasons, this proposal should be rejected in its entirety, and hound hunting of mountain lions should remain prohibited on the CMR and all other wildlife refuges. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Farron, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Kevin Farron, Farron, and I'm here today representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. For us, this is kind of a tricky one. While MWF supports management of mountain lions and the preservation of ethical hound hunting, and we certainly appreciate and support added opportunities and consistencies in regulations when and where appropriate, we also acknowledge that our wildlife refuge system possesses different objectives than other public and private lands. And even with the shortened season proposed here, the increased motorized human and hound use in these areas will not only stress wintering big game, but disperse herds to neighboring private lands where differing levels of tolerance exist. It also appears that this recommendation is being pushed primarily by commercial interests looking for more opportunities to charge for guided hunts rather than any stated biological need. Therefore, we don't necessarily agree that the CMR and UL wildlife refuges are appropriate areas to allow hound hunting for lions, but knowing that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will likely be supporting this change and offering the same in their regulations, we reluctantly agree with alternative A for consistency and clarity. Finally, in light of all this, we encourage FWP to look at establishing more distinct lion districts with subquotas in Region 7 to prevent any potential for overharvest. Right now, the entirety of Region 7 is just one district with one combined lion quota, and that obviously could be problematic. So with that considered, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Peg Brownlee, please.
Greetings again, Commissioner Robinson and members of the committee. Peg Brownlee from Florence, Montana. I'm completely, totally, unequivocally opposed to having hound hunting in refuges. A refuge is a place of sanctuary for not only mountain lions, but humans, other species. Unleashing hounds to terrorize wildlife is not acceptable in a refuge at all. So I hope you'll oppose this amendment or this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ty Stubblefield.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Ty Stubblefield, Executive Director for Montana Wild Sheep Foundation. We offer our support for this proposal in big part due to the die-off of bighorn sheep in Hunting District 622. This is a tool in the toolbox that we'll certainly need as we work to bring back that herd. And it shares management and makes things simpler across the landscape up there in the breaks. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Dara, please.
Yes, Commissioner, fellow commissioners, this is Jeff Dara representing Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. And in short, we do support this proposal, and it kind of correlates with the current federal initiatives that have vastly expanded our recreational access. Proposing or opening more than 1,450 new hunting and fishing opportunities across 111 federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service field stations right in the refuge system. This brings over 92 million acres, or 95% of the National Wildlife Refuge System, available to sportsmen and sportswomen. Lion hunting is already allowed on the CMR. I think when people hear the term refuge, they think that it's a non-hunting element, and that's not the case on the CMR. We support hound hunting, and we feel that the predators need to be controlled there. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Lamb, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Ben Lamb, LAMB. I'm the policy director for the Montana Conservation Society. A lot of folks have spoken about why this is a good idea. We just want to lend our support to this as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Casey York, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director, this is Casey York. I'm representing myself. We just heard these refuges are not showing concerns for ungulates, yet the deer and elk wintering over these months will be affected. Lest we forget, these are wildlife refuges. By definition, they're intended to be areas of shelter. Lions are not the only ones, therefore, that will be impacted by the use of hounds. Please oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to try, I think it's Scott Langford. I think I pronounced that improperly last time. Let's try, you have to unmute, please. Okay. Okay, you're still muted. Still muted. All right, I'm gonna just let you stay there for a minute and see if any of the regional offices have anybody. Are anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay, Scott Langford, yeah, there you go. Let's try it again. We still can't hear you. All right, I'm sorry, but there must be an issue with audio or something with your equipment. All right, there's no other hands raised. Are there any other, Brian, can you, there's a couple things and I think it was Mr. Dara that said mountain lion hunting is allowed on the CMR now, just not with hounds. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Also, is it still the case that last I knew, there was very few outfitters that still had, I don't know if it's permits to guide on the CMR?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that I can answer that. I don't have the information on that.
Could you speak to that, please, Mr. Vollmer?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. Scott Vollmer again, Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. To the best of my knowledge, speaking to outfitters in that area, there are four outfitters that are permitted for the CMR in UL Bend. Also, to the best of my knowledge, and I apologize if I'm incorrect on this, but none of those outfitters that operate there currently do hound hunting with lions, none of them. So the idea that this was initiated by commercial interests is just false, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Okay, Commissioner Brooke.
Brian, do you guys consider when you look at the LMUs for this area, is that as a separate LMU consideration, or do you just, it's still wide open for the whole region?
Madam Chair, this would be, Commissioner Brooke, this would be part of an existing LMU.
Okay, well, I'm not going to make an amendment, but a suggestion that maybe we look at that as a separate LMU.
Madam Chair, as I mentioned when Commissioner Gagnon asked about the what we would do as far as quotas go, because of the previous direction that we've gotten from the commission, the last item, we will certainly be looking at all of that information, and that will be part of what we bring back for the quotas next year.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gagnon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Brian, I support Chair Brooks' comment about the additional LMUs, as well as one of our commenters also commented on Region 7 specifically to look at different LMU breakouts. Thank you.
One quick one.
Commissioner Wargo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, Brian, is there, I guess, you know, I think that there's, I guess, to reiterate Commissioner Burrows' point on, you know, areas of concern, there are ungulate populations that are below objective in this area. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, that is correct.
And is there any, if this wasn't a specific prohibition, would there have been any historic biological reason why the department would have specifically prohibited hound hunting of lions on the CMR?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, the only aspect that keeps us from hound hunting is the need to be in concert with the Federal Management Agency.
Okay, appreciate that. I think that yeah, had that been in your jurisdiction before, like there wouldn't have ever been a prohibition on this. So I'm in support of this one.
So I have my 2 cents on having separate lion management units. So currently the way it's worded, and we have not met the quotas for a few years on those at least on Region 6, I'm talking. So if you do a separate lion management unit, then you're guaranteeing that there would be opportunity, I guess, on the CMR. And if not, they weren't separate, then it could be closed. So it's guaranteeing, I guess, a possibility of an increase in lions. Because they can already hunt them. They just can't, it's just by chance rather than hound hunting. But, okay. Everybody ready to go to a vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we will move to the approval of beaver transplants, please.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Brian Wakeling, Game Management Bureau Chief. We're asking the commission to approve 3 beaver translocations that may occur within the next 3 years. This is something that the department has taken extremely seriously. There's been an awful lot of effort that went through this. We've developed a transplant protocol. We've used gone through with a very thorough environmental analysis, looking at the potential for trying to maximize the likelihood that this will be of benefit. So the 3 locations we're looking at is on the Flying D Ranch, which is south of Bozeman, almost primarily privately owned areas within there. We're looking at Moose Creek, and also looking at another location on the Spotted Dog Wildlife Management Area. All of these areas have very low probability that we'll wind up with any type of a conflict. Part of the program, the transplant protocol, is looking at real specifically what the chances are, what the impacts are going to be to the landowners that are around there, and specifically looking to make sure that there's support for it before we go forward. The whole program is experimental. The EA is only for a 3-year period of time. We will have to go back and redo the analysis and redo the comment. So all of this is intended to be as high probability of success with as low probability of any negative impacts as possible. And so with that, I think that's a brief overview of it. If you have any more specific questions, I can try to address those.
Any questions? Commissioner Wargo.
Yeah, just based on a lot of the public comments that we received, Brian, we're just talking about translocation efforts. We're not talking about trapping of beavers or any of that. That would be that would be the fur bearer.
Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Wargo. Madam Chair, failed to address that ahead of time. As we move forward with these translocations, it is likely that we may recommend some restriction on trapping activity. Any trapping activity, any discussion of part of that, that's something that will come forward at our regular season setting, which would be August of this year. So what we're talking about is probably some level of restriction on what activity can occur within a particular watershed, within a particular reach. So all of that will be part of any future conversation.
Commissioner Brooke.
Madam Chair, thank you. So one of the concerns that we spent the day actually nerding out with Tori Ritter, the beaver specialist for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. But one of the things that I was concerned about is where the beavers come from and how do you make sure they're the right fit and that they don't have a disease, or what is the protocol with the beaver?
Certainly. Most of that is spelled out real specifically within the transplant protocol. If they're coming from a close proximity, like Moose Creek, the sources we're looking for there are likely within the very same drainage, probably very adjacent. And so we would anticipate any disease, any parasite, probably relatively negligible in a situation like that. If you were to bring new beavers in there, they may easily be exposed to it. However, most of what we're trying to do with this program is give the agency another opportunity to do something besides simply lethally remove beavers that wind up in a conflict situation. So in the instances where we might have moving a beaver from a long distance that's not in the same drainage, we're talking about trying to keep the beavers in a kept situation for a period of 4 days, possibly up to a week. During that time, it's allowed to basically flush its system. It would be provided with some inspections, a veterinary look. And so that would allow us the ability to minimize the risk of any translocation. You never can completely rule out any potential for a disease or something of that nature, but we would anticipate it would substantially reduce that risk.
Okay, thank you.
I would entertain a motion if somebody would like to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve beaver translocations into the Spotted Dog WMA, the Moose Creek drainage in the upper Big Hole River watershed, and the Flying D Ranch during the 2026 to 2028 as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gagnon. Okay, any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner, I can't see you on the screen, sorry.
Yeah, I had to turn my video off to make sure
Okay.
the audio was working, but
Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
just because we won't have an opportunity to talk again before August, I asked some of these questions about beavers, and similar to some of the other conversations we've had about management, it's my understanding that right now we do not get harvest data on beavers through any sort of reporting. And I think that's going to be a critical piece. Like some of the other fur bearers, maybe not as important to know how many were taken off the landscape. But in the case of beavers, with all the discussion about water retention and storage in Montana, understanding there's areas that maybe beavers have detrimental impacts, but in some of these areas and the higher drainages, beneficial for that water storage, especially with some of the catastrophic wildfires we've had. Just want to put a plug for the department coming into the fur bearer and regulations coming up in, I think it's August. Some sort of metric we can use to determine whether we're taking too many beavers out of an area or whether we can continue, full steam ahead in other areas. So I hope the department will consider that, because I think it's going to be important when we start having discussions about translocation and number of beavers in certain drainages.
Would you like to respond to that?
Just certainly, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Commissioner Burrows, just to be clear, we do collect harvest survey data from our fur bearer survey on beavers, just as we do with many of our other fur bearer populations. What we've seen is that beaver harvest has fluctuated somewhere between roughly 4,000 and 6,000 beavers a year. It hasn't been changing dramatically. And when we compare, while we don't have mandatory pelt tagging or anything like that for the 5,000 beavers that we annually take, when we compare our harvest survey information from the ones that we do have some pelt tagging requirement, we've got very close correlation between the two numbers. So we feel fairly confident in our harvest survey information right now on the beavers, but we'll certainly take a closer look at that as we move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion?
Chair, Commissioners, Director, my name is Mark Cook, MERC-COOKE, and I'm with Wolf's to Rockies. You're probably thinking, what does wolves have to do with beavers? Wolves eat a lot of beavers, especially in the wintertime. So I'm going to go off topic just a little bit, but it does matter. I was recently at a EQC hearing a couple months ago, and for 3 hours, there were hard questions being brought forth. There was discussions about water management in Montana, and folks were in trouble. And all I heard the whole time was concrete, steel, money, digging. Not once was beavers brought up. And I thought that was a missed opportunity, because these animals cost nothing and they do so much naturally. And I think this is something you should weigh in on. So my comments on this are, we really encourage the commission to support this. We support it. We have several suggestions for the commission to consider. The concern is that FWP hasn't clearly defined what exactly constitutes a successful self-sustaining population. There's questions remaining. How many colonies? How many years of persistence? How much stream restoration is taking place? How much wetland creation? How much drought resilience? These responses leave considerable discretion to the future of FWP staff and future commissions. You may not be there at that time when this comes forward. We ask the commission to consider these sooner rather than later. And lastly, I'd like to just touch on the trapping of beavers. And I'm not making this a trapping issue, but what I'm trying to say is the numbers that we heard earlier being brought forward on beavers being killed or trapped, that's a voluntary request. And I think only about 30% of the trappers submit the comments for the department to come up with that number. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak?
Hello, this is Sierra Harris, Madam Robinson, and the members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed beaver transplant program and the 3 proposed pilot locations in Montana. I am Sierra Harris, and I'm the Climate and Water Conservation Manager for the Greater Yellowstone Coalition and an active member of the Montana Beaver Working Group. Given today's earlier conversations around drought, wildfire, and Montana's outdoor recreation economy, I encourage you to vote in support of the beaver transplant program in the 3 project locations. The project will streamline efforts to improve aquatic and riparian habitat, and in doing so, broadly benefit wildlife and human communities in Montana. I'd like to highlight 4 ways that this program may benefit the state. 1, it will address a long-standing gap in Montana's beaver management. 2, it will help to reverse the historical removal of beavers from their native habitat. 3, it will help to enhance drought and wildfire resilience. And finally, it will boost Montana's outdoor recreation economy and our way of life. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Members of the commission, my name is Heidi Anderson. I live in Dillon, Montana, and I'm the project lead for the Moose Creek proposed pilot project. I'd like to express support for all 3 transplant locations, but particularly the Moose Creek project. I've been working in coordination with local landowners, the local watershed group, the stock association that grazes this area, all potentially affected water rights holders within the area, the watershed, as well as with support of the local representatives of the Montana Trappers Association. We plan to primarily source beaver for this project from human conflict or fisheries beaver conflict areas adjacent to the proposed transplant area. Yes, so I just appreciate you guys considering this proposal, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak? Okay. All right. Scott Langford, I'm going to try you one more time. You'll have to unmute, please. You are still muted. Okay, I'm going to move on to Anya Heister, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dr. Anya Heister, and I'm the Executive Director of Footloose Montana. We ask that you put the decision on this proposal on hold until Fish, Wildlife and Parks provides the public with information about trapping. Science tells us that beavers are ecosystem engineers and climate warriors. Beavers are highly intelligent, sentient, and social beings who are loyal to one another and take great care of their families. Once caught in traps, beavers often struggle for up to 20 minutes while drowning. This is animal cruelty and should not be allowed, period. Footloose Montana has long advocated for non-lethal wildlife management. And at first glance, this project sounds like a positive thing. However, Fish, Wildlife and Parks provides no information on continued trapping in the 3 release areas, whether temporary closures will be implemented, and how long any protection might last. Without that information, we can only suspect that beavers, once translocated, will be trapped again for such frivolous reasons, such as recreation and private profit. The general public may support this project, but not if beaver trapping resumes, which would mean that beavers have been translocated simply to once again supply trappers with more trapping opportunities. In order to make an informed decision, the public needs to know now, not in August, but now, if and for how long trapping of beavers will be suspended, how far from the water source trapping of beavers might be suspended, and if trapping of all wild animals will be suspended or only beavers. If the latter, and given the indiscriminate nature of trapping, how will beavers be protected from ongoing trapping of
thank
other
you for your
wild animals
comments.
in these
Thank
3
you.
release areas? We ask that you put.
So trapping is not in our purview of the motion, nor is it on our agenda. Jeff Lucas, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Jeff Lucas, spelled Lukas, and I represent Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited. TU and MTU support Alternative A and urges the commission to approve these 3 beaver translocations. Removing beavers from areas of conflict into areas in which they have been extirpated solves 2 problems in one action and is a good example of excellent wildlife management with a nod towards improving the functionality of Montana's waterways. Beavers add to the complexity of riparian areas by slowing water's movement and allowing sediment to settle. And as Commissioner Burrows mentioned, beavers are instrumental in helping groundwater recharge, and they can even provide wet green zones in forested areas that can slow the advance of wildfires. Trout Unlimited project managers, in fact, install beaver dam analogs in riparian areas where beavers have been extirpated. And we do our best to mimic exactly what beavers do on the landscape because it is a simple and cost-effective way to improve habitat and store water. Having more beavers on the landscape benefits a whole host of other wildlife. And if you're interested in a fascinating read about them, acclaimed author Ben Goldfarb, who has also written about wildlife crossings, published a book a few years ago called Eager, The Surprising and Secret Life of Beavers and Why They Matter. And it's a great read that shows in detail how crucial beavers are for a healthy riparian ecosystem and how the positive effects they have on the landscape improve habitat. I appreciate the opportunity to comment and give my little book report, and we urge the commission to pass Alternative A. Thank you.
Thank you. Peg Brownlee, please.
Good morning again, Commissioner Robinson and members of the committee. I very much support this non-lethal method of coexistence with beavers. It's high time that it occurred. I am also, though, concerned about the trapping issue. I hope that you'll remember this when the time comes to regulate fur bearers, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Kevin Farren, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, my name is Kevin Farren, here today representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. We elaborated in our written comments, but to be brief, not only do we enthusiastically support Alternative A and the approval of these identified release sites, but we encourage more of these approved sites. We look forward to commenting at the August meeting in support of reasonable and narrow trapping regulations in these specific release areas to ensure that the time and money spent on these translocation and restoration efforts aren't for naught, while also not impacting sustainable trapping opportunities elsewhere. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Casey York, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Casey York again with Trap Free Montana out of the Bitterroot. We support this beaver translocation project as a non-lethal and beneficial alternative to trapping and killing. However, to be successful, there needs to be a trapping moratorium for both time and space. We also strongly encourage the use of other non-lethal methods for their humaneness, effectiveness, and longevity, including where these beaver are removed. Trap Free Montana provides financial assistance. Otherwise, the historic response has been trap, kill, repeat, which our beaver regulations easily facilitate. Outside our 5.5 to 9 month long recreational beaver trapping season, with most of the state only giving beaver a summer reprieve, currently a landowner can get a kill permit within just a few days. Like this proposal, Trap Free Montana urges demonstrated support for the beaver's incredible and critical role in the ecosystem for wetlands, water resources, big game browse, other wildlife, including rare and protected species, farming, ranching, climate change, and fire mitigation. To do so requires that you rectify the current liberal beaver trapping season, in which shockingly allows unlimited and unreported kills. From just 1/3 of trappers returning the annual voluntary survey, over 19,000 beavers were reported killed in just the last 4 years. Thank you, and we hope you approve this proposal.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for commenters. Any other questions before we go to a vote?
Madam Chair, we have one
okay.
other.
Okay, we have one that just popped up. Elisa Schott, please. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm commenting on behalf of the National Wildlife Federation's Montana Beaver Conflict Resolution Program. FWP and partners met in 2017, identifying the ecosystem services beavers provide while recognizing the need to address conflicts, especially those related to infrastructure damage. Our program was established in response to this and provides long-term solutions to human beaver conflicts for public and private landowners experiencing the effects of beavers' natural instincts such as damming and tree cutting. These landowners voluntarily choose to work with our program. Without our program, the only other option available to landowners was to lethally remove beavers, although we are not an animal welfare program. Since 2019, we have been working closely with FWP and many other partners to address people's concerns, and we now cover FWP regions 1, 2, 3, and 4, about half of the state. Last year alone, 19 out of 88 landowners who contacted our program asked about translocating the beavers on their property. These translocation requests underpin a gap in available management methods to assist landowners across Montana. Approving the 3 proposed pilot transplant projects offers Montanans another tool for beaver management and allows the benefits of beavers to be moved into areas where natural dispersal rates would be low or non-existent. The positive impacts beavers would bring to these stream systems would benefit all, increasing water storage, capturing sediment, and creating habitat for over 80% of Montana's wildlife species. The Beaver Conflict Resolution Program is well poised to continue providing beaver conflict resources to proactively address potential conflicts at beaver transplant project sites and respond to future conflicts. In March, we conducted a site visit at the Moose Creek drainage site, identified 3 culverts to proactively install exclusion fencing to keep beavers from plugging the culverts, and are currently working through the permitting process to install the exclusion fences. We urge the Commission to approve the beaver transplant pilot projects in the Moose Creek drainage, on Flying D Ranch, and on the Spotted Dog WMA. These drainages were chosen because of the high impacts beavers can bring not only to the immediate area, but also to the downstream reaches. More water in the upper reaches of stream systems means more water below for irrigators, recreation.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Thank you. All right, one more chance. Anybody else? Okay. Any other questions before we go to a vote?
Quick question for Mr. Wakeling.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Wakeling, I'm just curious, it got brought up a couple times. Are there in any of your surveys, or if you have a low response rate in a hunter survey, do you report numbers based off of only the respondents, or are you actually factoring in? I would assume that you're doing some statistics on taking into account that, like, hey, we have a third of respondents, and then you're gonna project a total, so that 4,000 to 6,000 beavers a year. You can't go and multiply that by 3x, can you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, I can't speak to the specifics of this particular survey on the fly, but I can tell you that in general, what we look at with most of our surveys is what we'll have a representative sample. We'll try to reach a minimum sample size. Once we reach that, we often will periodically do a non-response bias survey. So if we're using a male survey, we'll follow up with a secondary type of a survey, typically a phone survey or something like that. So that allows us to get in a correction factor, if you will, because we know on any voluntary survey, people who are successful are more likely to respond to it than someone who isn't successful. And so we have to address that. And so that's standard practice with all of our harvest surveys.
But addressing this isn't something new. It's something you factor in. You consider this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Any further questions?
Maybe just a brief comment. Just, I mean, being that trapping comes up quite a bit on this. I recently sat in on a presentation, local fisheries presentation, looking at the upper stretches of the South Fork of the Flathead River. I'd say you'd almost have a de facto trapping ban in the South Fork, just due to accessibility on the times of years that the trapping does occur. And interestingly enough, we have a threatened bull trout population up there, and we had a couple years of low snowpack, some lower flows, and the department's in doing their red counts in these areas. And one of the areas they came back in a historically strong red count. I believe they counted 0 reds, and then they came down, and then they find a beaver dam had built up and was impenetrable. So just to kind of maybe a general comment, be careful what you wish for. Beavers are awesome. They provide water storage and all the good things, but in excess, we're having a direct conflict with a threatened bull trout population when management tools aren't at our disposal. So
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Brian. Okay, we'll move into the elk hunting access agreements.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director. For the record, my name is Renee Lemon, Lemon. I'm the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division Administrator. Our first item today is a request to approve 46 elk hunting access agreements for 2026. Through these agreements, the department provides landowners with an elk license, permit, or combination in exchange for allowing free public elk hunting access. Under statute, the Commission approves the licenses and permits. Last year, we had 31 EHA agreements. So this year we have a 48% increase. There are 20 new agreements, meaning these landowners did not have EHA agreements in 2025. You'll note that about a third of these applicants are also enrolled in block management. There was concern from the Commission last year that public hunters signing up for EHA properties that are also in Type 1 block management, where there's no new public access being offered, may be disappointed when anyone can hunt the property. We won't be putting these EHA properties online as part of the hunter sign up, since they are already available as Type 1 block management areas. We have one hunting district this cycle where the number of permits requested for landowners is more than 10% above the Commission approved quota. In program communications and implementation, permits or licenses issued to landowners have been kept at or below 10% of the quota set by the Commission on any specific license or permit type. And this is outlined in our EHA program operating procedures. This process includes using a random draw when the number of applicants exceeds 10% of the total quota for a specific license or permit type. So here's the situation that we've got with this cycle. In Hunting District 690, there are 6 applications requesting 6 690-20 permits. These are either sex elk permits. The quota for that permit is 50, so 10% would be 5 permits. This request exceeds 10% by 1 permit. Something new for the Commission to consider: after the 2023 legislative session, a new section was added to EHA statute. It requires the Commission to prioritize approval of applications based on the willingness of the landowner to allow, in either the regular hunting season or shoulder hunting season, additional cow harvest by public hunters, in addition to the number of public hunters allowed to hunt through the EHA agreement. The Commission hasn't had to use the statute because, for example, last year, the permit license requests were not more than 10% above quotas. So to help determine the willingness of landowners to offer additional hunting opportunity, we added that question to the EHA application. So in this situation for House District 690, for that 690-20 permit, 4 of the 6 landowners checked yes. that they would be willing to offer that additional opportunity. One landowner checked unknown and one landowner checked no. And when these two landowners were asked why it wasn't a yes, they noted that they're worried that more hunters would reduce the quality of the access opportunity. Given all of this, FWP's recommendation is to prioritize the 4 applications for 69020 permits that are willing to allow additional public access according to statute, and then to send the remaining 2 applications to a random draw. And you'll notice the proposed motion doesn't have the specifics about this prioritization. Legal staff is standing by and they're ready to add that to the motion based on how the commission wants to prioritize those applications.
Eric, are you able to pull that original motion up, please?
And that ends my presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Okay. So do you want to just give that language to Eric and see if, I mean, we don't even have a motion yet, but are there any questions while we're waiting for that?
I do have one.
Okay, go ahead.
Chair Robinson. Renee, do you know if I didn't get a calculator out to add up the total number of acres involved in this program on the proposed access sites? You know what that is?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Walsh, I do not have that number. I added up the total permits and licenses, which is 63.
I think it'd be interesting in a look back. I think about the first commission meetings that I attended where we had 4 to 6 applications. This program has just been a tremendous success for the department and for your team, and congratulate you on it.
In fact, when it first started, nobody knew about it for about how many years? 20 years? There was two ranchers that took advantage of it with nobody else even knowing it existed. So it has come a long ways in the last 6 years. Is 690 the only district that will fall under this legislative?
Madam Chair, yes. All of the rest of the permit requests are under that 10% quota.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
Yeah, Renee, this may be a redundant question, but do any of these of the 2 that are in question, do they provide any other access? Like, does it provide any more opportunity to adjacent? I'm just not familiar with to where it would provide more opportunity, I guess is what I'm asking, should one of those be picked over the other.
What, can you read the language one more time of the actual statute?
Madam Chair, the commission shall prioritize approval of an application for a license, permit, or combination of the 2 based on the willingness of the landowner to allow in either the regular hunting season or a shoulder hunting season additional cow harvest by public hunters in addition to the number of public hunters required in subsection 3, which is referring to what's approved through the EHA agreement.
So it's based more on number of hunters rather than acreage. Do we have it?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I have a quick question. Is there, in this statute, is there a date that is set as far as when applications need to be submitted by? What's the reasoning that this isn't done along with the general big game license draw?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, so it's not in statute. We do have an ARM rule that says the applications must be received on or before May 1st.
Okay, so if we were able to get those, or I guess I'm having a confusion when you're bringing this up. How do you, the 10% draw on a special draw tag, are there not already successful draw tag applicants in like 690?
It's
So
additional.
this
It's
is
additional.
it's above and beyond. So it's just set that if there was, so there's the existing 10% with the draw, but this is like, you can't exceed another 10%. Is that?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, so during the regular elk permit draw, all of those folks, those public hunters that receive those permits, they will have the opportunity to sign up for these. What these elk hunting access agreements are doing is giving additional permits to the landowners.
The other tags are already drawn that are allowed to hunt under this. The only additional tag is the landowner tag.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2026 EHA agreements as recommended by the department and send to a random draw the two 690-20 applications that did not provide or are unknown as to whether they will provide additional public access.
Is there a second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Wargo, thank you. Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you. Anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Okay, we have Kevin Farren. If you want to go ahead and speak to that, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Kevin Farren, again here with the Montana Wildlife Federation. While our feelings on the elk hunting access agreements are mixed, we certainly appreciate the habitat, wildlife tolerance, and the public access and harvest opportunities provided by the landowners under these agreements. That said, we can't help but notice that the 2025 report suggests that only 32 elk were harvested, and that's as few as 7 cow elk in total. And that's what's supposed to be a wildlife management program. To us, that doesn't seem like it's having much of an impact on wildlife management. On one hand, to get a better handle on the program's success, perhaps harvest reporting should be mandatory for all program participants, or risk losing the eligibility to participate in the future, for example. Then we'd have some better harvest data that we could weigh for future approvals. We certainly can't necessarily control how effective hunters are, but we could encourage improved landowner cooperation and hunter-landowner communication when looking at corresponding harvests and how those are impacting the management outcomes in which applications are being approved. Finally, most importantly, to Mr. Wargo's or Commissioner Wargo's point, we encourage the EHA timeline to be moved up to align with the elk permit draws. This would encourage more participation in the program. Landowners have to pick or choose between these near guaranteed permits or rolling the dice in the general landowner draw. But it would also prevent these permits from exceeding the biologist supported and commission approved permit quotas. When Mrs. O'Neill talks about exceeding the 10% of the quota, keep in mind that that 10% or every single one of these landowner permits is already over and above the permit quota approved by you as commissioners. With that, I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. All right. Any further questions by the commission? Commissioner Wargo?
Yeah, quick follow-up on that, on the dates, I guess. I mean, if it seems like as far as when this goes out for public comment, I mean, it kind of leaves tight timelines for this hitting this June meeting. I mean, if there is a simple ARM fix, with a date that the department could adopt maybe a little bit more advantageous date to give you guys a little bit more flexibility and such, that might be nice.
Is there such thing as a simple arm fix? Legal?
I mean, yes, sure.
Well, yeah. How long?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, and honestly, I think Quentin might have there's a history behind that, and there's a piece of it that sits relative to the conclusion of the draw in that area with respect to the landowner preference element of that draw, because that sometimes dictates, or maybe many times dictates, the interest in the EHA tag too. So
What could you just explain though, if there was a change that was wanted, what's the process and how long is that timeline? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. So that's, so the steps are an initial presentation and conversation with the commission to approve the forward movement of arm rule development. That may or may not, that may include the draft language we propose, or we may do that in the next step. That goes out to public comment, I think minimum 3 months before we could get to the conclusion with the Secretary of State's office for a public comment period and it come back to the commission. So for 3.5 months minimum.
But it would have to be on the agenda first before
to
it could even
to
start.
kickstart it. Yes.
Yes.
And Chair, if I may, we appreciate the insights. It's been part of this conversation and the implementation details that Ms. Lemon presented here today. Has been here from the beginning in answering the question, well, where do these permits come from? And there has been a voice of advocacy that they come out of the pool of hunting district-wide permits. There's been an advocacy, and I think you see it represented in the approach that's represented by the department, to have a separate version. These landowner permits limited to not more than 10% of the total quota for the hunting district.
Is that statute?
That's in our standard, that's in our operating procedures.
Okay.
That's where we've captured that.
Okay.
So we recognize there's discretion there. The date, remember, is in ARM.
Right.
What the 10% is. So it always has been, and it has been a debated conversation, not to run from advocating one side or the other, but just to remind all, it's been a debate. What is that number? Some would say, what is the number? Some would say, what is the cap? And should this program, questions like, should it influence in a reduction sort of way, general public hunters getting those licenses out of the draw rather than sending more by design to these interested landowners? And I'm just framing the question, not representing an answer, just offer. It is a multifaceted conversation about this approach or that approach. And so again, happy to hear the conversation and happy to hear any more inputs the commission might provide on what is that best path. Chair.
Any other questions or follow-up? Anything?
No, I think I'm good. I can have sidebar discussion to better understand the process. It's only a comment if there was a beneficial outcome there, but it sounds like it's a little bit more complicated maybe than I was implying.
Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, next, temporary closure of the Blackfoot River, please.
Yeah, so this is a request to temporarily close a section of the Blackfoot near Milltown State Park as needed during 2026 and 2027. This one will sound familiar to you. This is BNSF is doing some bridge work. MDT then is going to be removing some piers, and it's a big project. There's uncertainty with construction timelines. And so we'd like to ask for your approval to close it as needed over the next 2 years, just so we don't have to keep coming back to you. And so it would be closed to floating, but open to wade angling and other walk-in use except in the immediate vicinity of construction. And this would be for public safety. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Gagnon?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Robinson. Just a question about the project's anticipated overall timeline and completion. Wondering about our proposed timeline here and when we could anticipate the closure to be lifted in full.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gagnon. So It's anticipated that BNSF is going to start in mid-July. However, we brought this, it was about a year ago, I think we brought this, and then they weren't able to start. Their construction was put off. So this would give us the flexibility to close it when they're actually starting and then open it when it's safe. And there may be times during the next 2 years, if let's say the project does start in mid-July, that it gets far enough along where we would be able to close it or open it at certain times.
Any further questions? I would entertain a
Madam
motion.
Chair?
Oops, go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the proposed biannual rule authorizing Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks to temporarily close the Blackfoot River from Way Station fishing access site downstream to the point where the river crosses the Interstate 90 in 2026 and 2027 as needed for public safety. FWP may reopen this section when the conditions are deemed safe.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lane. Any further questions?
One quick question.
Yep.
I'm curious why floating is more dangerous than wade fishing.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, we wanted to, since it's a bigger section, we wanted to allow people to walk in because the construction is actually only going to be occurring in that area next to the park under the bridge. And so even though we typically close from the nearest upstream FAS to the nearest takeout, just so you don't have a floater that gets kind of stuck and they don't have anywhere to take out. But this would still allow people to, let's say, go to Way Station FAS and wade angle or
Okay. That makes
do wade
sense.
angling there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Is there anyone here who would like to comment? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? I don't see any hands raised. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. You don't look like Bill.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Alan Zackheim. As you correctly noted, I am not Bill Shank. I am here in Bill's stead. Bill's unable to be here in person today, but he is available online to answer questions should we come to that. The first agenda item for you today is the Upper Thompson Conservation Easement Phase 1. This would be the purchase of or acquisition of a 34,610 acre conservation easement, Upper Thompson Conservation Easement Phase 1 in the Cabinet Mountains, north of Thompson Falls and Plains. This CE has an appraised value of $20,585,000 and change. This is the first phase of a two-phase conservation easement project with a total coverage of about 48,000 acres. The land covered by this conservation easement has really important habitat. It's also got excellent recreation value, and as part of the easement, hunting and recreational access would be guaranteed. Secured funding for this project includes $13 million from the U.S. Forest Service Forest Legacy Program, $225,000 from the National Fish and Wildlife Service, $200,000 from the Montana Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust, $175,000 from private fundraising coordinated by the Trust for Public Land. Green Diamond Resources, the landowner, will be donating approximately 34% of the conservation easement value, so just under $7 million. The EA was released for public comment and review from March 13th to April 11th. And we've had public hearings in Thompson Falls on March 24th. We received 17 comments during the comment period, and all substantive issues raised by those commenters have been addressed in the decision notice. We have public comments posted online and provided to you We have support for this project from both the Flathead and Sanders County Commissioners and other members that are also in your packet.
Any questions? I would entertain a motion if there's no questions.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lane,
I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the purchase of the Upper Thompson Phase 1 as proposed.
Commissioner Rook, thank you. Okay, any more questions before we go out for comment? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to comment?
Good morning, Commissioner Chair and Commission. My name is Eric Challen. I work for Green Diamond Resource Company. I'm the Director of Timberland and Real Estate Transactions, and I've been working on this project with the good folks at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks about 3.5 years. I'm here today to mostly express gratitude to the governor and his office, Lieutenant Governor, all the way through the policy, Director Clark, Alan, Bill. My favorite is Leah. She's a tireless hero in support of this project. But why does Green Diamond do this? This is a tool that really aligns our goals with the goals of the people of the state of Montana. It's good for fish. It's good for all the creatures we're discussing here today. And it's just a great program. We're happy to we are willing partners. We are moving forward with full faith and honesty and preserving these lands, doing our ethos is think and act in the long term. And we pride ourselves in our stewardship. We're a privately owned company, started in 1890 and still owned by the same family. And pretty proud of what we do and just grateful for the help of all of the folks involved. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Brian Thompson. That's Thompson. I'm an attorney here in town in Helena. I work at Browning, Calzac, Berry, and Hoven, and I'm here today on behalf of Green Diamond Resources. I would like to take the opportunity to address a couple of the public comments that were submitted in opposition to this project. That primarily being the submission of one commenter regarding potential access to minerals that are owned underneath the Green Diamond property. In Montana, we have split estates. We have a surface owner and we can have a separate mineral rights owner. Those two estates are separated by ownership in this particular case in many instances. But in Montana, the law is very clear. The mineral estate is the dominant estate, and no matter what happens on the surface and what the surface owner does, sells, or otherwise acquires or sells away, the mineral owner's rights to that mineral estate remain fully recognized under Montana law and fully accessible. I'm here if you have any questions on that particular issue, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, my name is Lucas Cain, C-A-I-N, and I am a representative of the Trust for Public Land. I think the details that Mr. Zackheim laid out on the merits and layered benefits of a project like this do speak for themselves. And I just want to reiterate the gratitude and thanks across the board, the leadership in the governor's office, and the culmination of where we are today with this effort in partnership with Green Diamond Resources and their steadfast commitment to protecting these working forest lands, as well as Director Clark, you and your team here, not only in the Helena shop, but up in Region 1. It does take a village, and these projects do not happen overnight, and we are just really thrilled to play a partnership role in bringing these across the finish line for the benefit of Montana's cherished resources, the fish, wildlife that we all know and love, and that you guys make critical decisions on every day. This is something that, as we've seen, land ownership change and fragmentation in places like Northwest Montana. These are the opportunities to work with willing partners, public-private partnership at its best, and conservation the Montana way. keeping these in private ownership managed well, while still opening up opportunities for the general public to get out and enjoy those lands. So thanks again to everyone here for their time and dedication to this work. And yeah, we look forward and hope for a due pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thanks again for the opportunity to comment. Again, Scott Vollmer, VOLLMER, Montana Outfitters and Guides Association President-elect. We just wanted to stand up and give a hearty thank you to Green Diamond and Trust for Public Lands for making this opportunity possible and generous donation to make this possible. The property contains important wildlife habitat, great recreation access. We're fully supportive, and thanks to the department for putting this all together and bringing this agenda item to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. First of all, anybody in the regional offices? Okay, Region 1, looks like you might have someone.
Commission Chair Robinson and Commissioners, my name is Terry Zink, TerryZink. As a hunter and fisherman and recreationist that has spent a lot of time in this proposed easement, I want to commend Green Diamond and the Trust for Public Lands and getting this done. And I hope that you guys give this a due pass. It's really important to the hunters, fishermen, and recreationists here in Region 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Frank, I'm not going to try your last name. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Frank Selassie. I'm the Executive Director of the Montana Wildlife Federation, speaking today on behalf of MWF and our members who are do-it-yourself hunters and anglers in Northwest Montana who deeply value access to and stewardship of this irreplaceable wildlife habitat. We fully support the Montana Upper Thompson Falls Conservation Easement Phase 1. Benefits are obvious, already well stated. We'll be brief. Simply thank our friends at Trust for Public Lands, Governor Jean Forte, Director Clark and her staff for their leadership. Most importantly, we want to express deep gratitude to Green Diamond for their willingness to open their gates, conserve wildlife habitat in perpetuity, and most importantly here, incredibly generous contribution in the form of the big donation to this easement. Our understanding, it's valued at almost $7 million. We thank the Sanders and Flathead County Commissioners, Commissioner Wargo, and all the state and federal staff who collaborated on this, and the citizens up there who took action to support this. We support Alternative A. Appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Jeff Lucas, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I'm Jeff Lucas, spelled Lukas, representing Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited. TU and MTU rise in support of Phase 1 of the Upper Thompson Conservation Easement. This conservation easement will provide public access to over 34,000 acres of habitat for big game, non-game wildlife, fish, and native trout species. I happen to spend a lot of time in that area, and I am pleased to see that habitat and access will be protected for generations to come while maintaining mineral rights and the ability to manage the forest properly. TU and MTU would like to thank the Forest Service's Forest Legacy Program, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, Montana Fish and Wildlife Conservation Trust, and the Trust for Public Lands for helping fund this project. We are especially grateful for Green Diamond's donation of almost $7 million in value of the land to be conserved. Their conservation ethic and generosity made this happen, and our membership greatly appreciates it. Thank you for your time, and we urge the Commission to approve this project.
Thank you. Ben Lamb, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Ben Lamb with the Montana Conservation Society. We just wanted to give a Me Too on this and support. It's a great project, great partners, and solid work all around. So please pass.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Okay, are there any further comments, questions before we go to a vote?
Chair.
Commissioner Wargo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment on this. I just want to say I really appreciate the department's hard work on this project. These conservation easements up on this this working timberland. This is an absolutely huge deal to the folks in my region. This is an amazing project, and I mean, we've got a lot of comments. I don't know that I've ever seen this many letters from different groups, well thought out, constructive comments that it just kind of, I think, really highlights just, the cool effort this is. It's amazing to see, how many of these acres of this timberland has already come under conservation easement. It's just exciting to see continuation of that. One interesting thing in the letters that we did receive is not what was received, but what wasn't received. I guess a little bit out of turn, but we get a lot of comments from the non-consumptive folks that they don't feel like they're being heard. I guess to me, this is a win-win project, and kind of feel like the non-consumptive community is maybe speaking through this as well. That I mean, these are good projects. They should have unanimous support. So anyway, yield.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The next agenda item we have for you is the acceptance of the donation of the 82-acre Siskin Island complex on the Upper Yellowstone River south of Livingston. The island has an excellent habitat for wildlife in addition to recreation potential. The proposal would be to accept this donation. This is a donation. The island is currently held in fee by the Trust for Public Land. They would be donating to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, who would operate the island complex as the Siskin FAS. Primary access would be float in, though at low water times, there would also be walk-in access available. I know this project generated quite a bit of public discussion, and my understanding is that there was some really productive conversations that went on. And we have some folks here who can answer questions about that if needed. The appraised value is under $1 million here, so this would be the final approval needed. With that, I'll open up for questions.
Any questions? Would entertain a motion.
Okay. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the proposal to accept the donation of the 82-acre Siskin Island complex on the Upper Yellowstone River for the creation of a new FAS.
Second.
Got you?
Yep.
Liz? Okay, thank you. All right. Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I might only have a comment. I went out on the tour with the local homeowners and the adjacent landowner rancher, and we're going to be apparently having some camping on this, not a lot of camping. I'm hoping that the department, with sort of a flexible management plan on this, can increase the camping as they kind of get their feet under them and figure out how much is enough. It's 82 acres. We're allowing 2 campsites, and it's going to be managed that you have to reserve them ahead of time. You can't just float in, which is a very distinct change of use of what has been going on at Siskin Island. There's a huge high water mark because after the flood, you can't really tell where the actual public access is. And once it's a fishing access site, that will no longer apply. So you cannot just have open camping on the banks at most of Siskin Island. So two campsites compared to what we've had, I think are very little, and I'm hoping that that will increase over the next few years and that there's more camping access available for float-in. So just a comment, but it's a pretty cool piece of property, and very nice and happy to have that as part of the fishing access collection.
Any other comments? All right. Anyone present? Thank you. Anyone present who would like to speak to this?
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Lucas Kane, CAIN, and I'm a representative with Trust for Public Land. Thank you for your time today and again, your dedication to all of this important work. First, I really want to extend that additional gratitude, Commissioner Brook, your willingness to go out and meet with those landowners alongside the Region 3 staff and have those conversations, and in this case, literally hear from both sides of the river and try to find those middle grounds on what an opportunity like this presents. Both, yes, certainly challenges associated with increased river recreational use, and I think we've seen that. That's a topic of conversation that's being had across the state, and with EQC having a river recreation study at their March meeting this last go around, we certainly see the stressors that are being placed on our river corridors. An island like this, a generous opportunity. This started with a cup of coffee around a conference table with a longtime owner and local family, and their vision was to see this donated for public benefit, and we were thrilled and honored to play a role in doing that, and so worked on the front end to do all of the upfront due diligence and coordination on the acquisition. Trust for Public Land acquired that in November of last year, with the intent of following through with the partnership with the state and in line with the wishes of that private and willing landowner to get this over for the benefit and enjoyment by all Montanans. And so these opportunities don't come along all that often. So to have the ability to protect an island complex and a resource that has a myriad of those benefits is just fantastic, and at minimal cost to the state and the taxpayers, we feel very fortunate to be able to help shepherd this one through. So thank you, and we urge a due pass.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the last time, thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Scott Vollmer, VOLLMER, Montana Outfitters and Guides Association President-elect. Just wanted to come up here and give a hearty thank you again to Trust for Public Lands for the generous donation of this property. It's going to be a pretty welcome, pretty unique addition to our FAS system in the state, and we fully support it and fully support the department's recommendations on how to manage the site properly. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the department for bringing this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Frank Zalossi. Let's try that.
Selassie, Madam Chair.
Okay, Selassie. I'm going to
Yes.
get it sometime. Okay.
There you
Thank
go. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Frank Selassie, again, representing Montana Wildlife Federation. Our enthusiastic support. We thank the homeowners there for their vision, the department for their leadership in bringing this before you today, and for what we fully have great confidence in the continuation of their expert management of FAS sites like this. We thank Trust for Public Land again for conveying this 82 acres. It's obviously unique. What doesn't get built in places like this are more important than what does get built. And we just have every confidence that it'll be properly managed, that there'll be all kinds of benefits, not only to access, but to the prevention of erosion and other types of things that may happen if this wasn't properly managed. And so that it'll benefit folks up and down the river from this site. And we fully support the proposed action and the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Lucas, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas again, spelled Lukas, with Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited. TU and MTU strongly support the state's acquisition of the Siskin Fishing Access site from the Trust for Public Land. This generous donation by TPL on the Yellowstone River is a unique river bottom property that provides excellent habitat for game and non-game species, excellent spawning grounds for trout, and permanent access for the public to enjoy. Acquisitions like this one help ensure that public land recreators can further spread out, which can help reduce crowding and disperse the impacts that we have on our lands. We'd like to thank the Trust for Public Land for this incredible donation, and we urge the commission to accept this gift. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters? I'll give you just a second to raise your hand. Okay. I do have a question. As a former county commissioner, I'm curious if this will stay on the tax rolls.
Madam Commissioner, yeah, FWP will continue to pay the taxes, yes.
Yep. I knew that was the case back when, but it's been a while, so I just wanted to make sure that's still the case.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. One more item.
Correct, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The final item for today is the renewal of the Malt Europe Water Right Lease Infrastructure Agreement and Pipeline Easement Agreement. This was on your agenda at the last meeting, and some questions were asked, and I believe Bill Shank provided some additional materials. In brief, this is a 1,200 gallon per minute, up to 1,936 acre feet per year water right that would be leased by Malt Europe. This is a non-consumptive use. The water used is returned to the Missouri River, actually upstream from where it is taken out. The current lease and easement agreement are set to expire in August. This would be a 10-year renewal, which is about the minimum that, from a business perspective, Malt Europe really needs the stability to be able to plan out long-term their plans. No public comment was received on this matter when we released it for comment. And I'll open up for questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lane.
Comment, just a brief one. And that is, I raised the concern about the term and also about the value of this lease in our prior meeting, and just wanted to express my appreciation to Bill Shank and Director Clark for the detailed response that we got. I was offered a tour of the Malt Europe site and also had a follow-up conversation with Bill Shank and also some supporting documentation from the team at Malt Europe, which I really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lane or Commissioner Brooke, did you have a question or? Okay, sorry. Commissioner Lane.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the Malt Europe Water Right Lease Infrastructure Agreement and Pipeline Easement Agreement, sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Okay, any other questions? Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this? Hey, we have Dee Peterson. If you would like to go ahead and speak, please. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Great. Well, I think I can officially wish you a good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Darren Peterson. I'm the General Manager of Malt Europe North America, based in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where our regional headquarters is located. I'm here to represent Malt Europe's interest here in the water lease renewal. A few of my colleagues are on the call all the time. I'll be the only one making comments from Malt Europe. as the gentleman mentioned, this is a non-consumptive water lease, and that means all of that water goes back into the river. The amount that we actually use is an extremely small percentage of that total flow rate. Our Great Falls plant has been in the Montana community for over 2 decades, and we've been I think a key partner in providing funding for that hatchery on the river, but also in the Great Falls community and the broader agricultural community in Montana. We work with hundreds of Montana farmers, process a significant portion of Montana's barley harvests, creating malt for your favorite beer or whiskey. And I just want to remind the commission that the malting process is a very natural process. We convert barley into malt through a controlled germination process, and it's been used for centuries. And we're very conscious of our impact on the community and the environment around us. So I just want to encourage the commissioners to approve this renewal for 10 years. The 10-year term allows us to better plan. It also allows us to better compete in our market for that longer term time horizon. This plant has been built for the long term, and we plan to be in Montana for a long time. And if any of the commissioners, I know Commissioner Walsh, you'd mentioned, coming for a tour to the malt house, we'd love to have any of you out there if the opportunity presents itself to show you what we do and a little bit more about our business there in Montana. And my colleagues and I are happy to answer any questions. And I appreciate your consideration here today.
Thank you. Jeff Lucas, please.
Thank you. Chairwoman Robinson, members of the commission, Jeff Lucas again, spelled Lukas with Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited. TU and Montana Trout Unlimited rise in strong support of the commission's renewal of the Malt Europe contract. The partnership between FWP and Malt Europe has endured for 20 years and provides funding for hatchery maintenance and helps with FWP's ability to purchase water rights for in-stream flows, among other things. We appreciate FWP's efforts to purchase water rights when they become available, and in the face of lasting drought, every drop helps. The non-consumptive nature of this contract and Malt Europe's use of the water provided in this contract make for a collaborative partnership that utilizes a water resource without degrading the amount or quality of the water. And that makes it a win-win for both conservation and industry. And to celebrate the passage of this contract, it's Friday, and I will be tipping a nice cold beer this evening. So thank you for your time, and we urge the commission to renew this contract.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Anyone in the regional offices who want to speak? Okay. Any further questions before we go to a vote?
Quick comment.
Mhm.
Again, appreciate the department going back and taking a harder look at this. And I just wanted to thank Commissioner Walsh for bringing this up. I think this is important as trustees to, double check and ask hard questions. So appreciate that.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, the only thing we have left on the agenda is public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Anyone present who has anything that they would like to speak about? Okay. I don't see any hands raised. Anybody in the regional offices who would like to speak to something that is not on the agenda? Okay. I guess I just have one thing. I see Emily still on there. Back in when we made the motions, I think back in December or whatever, when we asked if by this year, if we could have the ability to split the deer takes per region, and you said the computer system did not allow you at that time. I'm just wondering if we could get an update on how that's going. Yep, she's there. Okay, there you are. Okay.
Madam Commissioner, Emily Cooper, I'm the licensing chief with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks. It is an active effort with a whole bunch of folks at FWP. Quentin is leading that effort, so he could probably speak a little bit better on this topic than I can. If you don't mind, I'd like to defer to Quentin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Emily. Yeah, so there's a bit of a two-pronged effort, one directly to that question, one maybe in a contingency sort of way. And the effort speaking to the licensing process, that brings us, I think, most directly today to the RFP that is has been developed, looking first in priority. First priority is the licensing system to revisit, to redo, to build new, to augment. We're looking for a COT system off the shelf. Again, we're in the RFP process. And again, that licensing system that would enable the ability for things like application split somehow. That's a piece, that functionality is but a piece of the overall functionality we look to gain with that enhancement, but still very early in that process, Chair. Director, you might add something to that.
I can add to that too, Chair Robinson. RFP process, it's a request for proposals, and it has gone to Department of Administration. It has not been assigned yet to I guess an agent within Department of Admin. So the process is probably at least 3 months out. It's a long process, and it goes through, it leaves our hands and it goes through Department of Administration, but we've done everything on our part to submit that.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anything else from any of the other commissioners? All right. Well, thank you everyone for all your work, and thanks for coming. I appreciate everything, and meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah.